streaming. There we are. Alright, everything looks good. And we are here yet again for some live-based streaming. Now, right now, while we wait for everyone to populate, we're going to be playing some medieval. Graphics look pretty good. They look pretty basic. Actually, hold on. Let me see here. I will need to turn the audio down just a little. Turn that down to about 25. Audio quality low. Let's turn that up to high. Thank you. I think my computer can run this. I think. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not going on hard difficulty. This very much looks like sort of a Hexen 2 kind of thing. It's just good old-fashioned normal. There we go. Or medium. Normal enemies and the old pickups. Now, I played this for about 2 seconds just to see what it looked like, and it doesn't look too bad. Gameplay seems fairly fun, but I saved most of that for here. And you're right, this is not COD. I'm waiting until it gets more populated to start playing that. So I thought I would play this sort of like as the intro game. Tonight's live stream is not going to just be of COD 2, but it's also going to be of, also going to show the latest video, because I just finished the Halo Combat Evolved review / retrospective. So I'm going to wait about half an hour for everyone to show up. Well, everyone that generally shows up around the time I start streaming. And that's when I shall show that, and then I'll go into COD after Halo is complete. That, of course, is the theory, at least. Now, this is the part that I actually played up to, and I decided to wait to play anything else. I really do like the graphical style. This is a very nice low-poly game. I'd still like a nice, you know, high-poly game, but alas, that's never going to happen because AAA sucks. And everyone's told me about this game, and I'm finally giving it a try. The graphical style is good. It definitely is not the same old pixel art that I'm so sick of seeing. Definitely has sort of a early 2000s kind of look to it. Really do like the lighting. I think that's one of the aspects, you know, that most of Red versus Blue's cast works on Ruby. You know, I've never actually seen Ruby, but a number of my younger friends have talked about this weeb thing called Ruby. Engage soul power! I like this. This is very good. Aha! Oh, this is sort of a quad damage kind of thing. He's just like spinning this thing. That would look. He must be very strong to do that. I actually kind of like this. This game is impressing me a great deal. Picked up a tiny soul, huh? That's one thing I like about some of these modern games is it really does have very nice lighting. Now, I was considering upgrading my PC sometime this year. I'm just not sure if I'm going to do that or not. Most of the games I play don't require a massively powerful PC, and it just seems kind of silly to spend a couple $100 on some new PC hardware just to play Doom Eternal. I mean, I'm sure I can play Doom Eternal with what I have, but it's just like Doom Eternal it's about it, you know? Everything else I'm gonna play is either gonna be an old game or a mod, and that's gonna be it, you know? It's like, what in the hell is the point? Ooh, I like these enemies. I will read the chat in a second. I'm really enjoying myself with this game. I'm glad I waited till did the live stream for this. Let's see. Hexen weebness. Oh yeah, that's not Hexen. This is, of course, a medieval, early access indie game. That is not bad for being early access. It actually works, believe it or not. It's kind of interesting how a lot of these anime places are located in Texas, of all places. You know, I actually was in a Discord server, whichever way you want to call it, where somebody was like, well, what comes from Texas that's creative? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is a person that actually lived in Texas, lived in Austin. So that, of course, should explain a few things. It's like, the first 3 things that came to mind of creative stuff in Texas. Number 1, Doom. Number 2, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Number 3, the most important one, me. But there's a lot of creative stuff that comes from Texas. A great many things. I don't know why anime is such a big thing here. You never would think it, but, well, it is. Ruby. Wolfenstein 3D on Xbox. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wolfenstein, you know, there's a lot of good update mods for that actually fixes some of the complaints about the original game. But I do always recommend trying to play the original game. It's very hard to actually complete the entire game because it does get a little repetitive. But with a few control fixes, it's actually a great deal of fun. Whenever I replay Wolfenstein, I just play the first episode and that's it. What's kind of funny is I only really played the first episode for many years back in the 90s because that's all I had access to. A lot of the legendary first-person shooters, the only way I played it was with the shareware. Shareware was a great thing back in the day. A very great thing. Sadly, that is something we shall never see again. Because, as we all know, soul and fire, water and blood. I'm not really sure what that means. And I'm assuming that's some sort of cryptic crap that I'll need to use at some point in the future. But shareware was a great thing back in the day. In fact, I don't think it was until the 2000s that I fully played Quake 1 all the way through. I only had the shareware version of that. Now, I had the full version... No, I didn't have the full version of Hexen either, but I did have the full version of Doom. I know that quite in particular, but I do not know whatever happened to my original Doom floppies. I still have my Hexen shareware floppies and my Corridor 7 floppies, but I do not have my Doom floppies, which is quite sad. I do still have my original Hexen CD, which I'm very happy about, and I also have a second copy of Hexen and Hexen 2. Maple syrup slushies, huh? Oh dear. Perfected Doom 3, I have not. And hello, Corey Cox. And if you're the one and Corey, if you're the person I'm thinking of, you're to blame for me wanting to get a 1022 after all these years, because I looked at that ZK22 stock, assuming you're the one who told me about it. I was like, you know what, I really want to do a 1022 project. Ultimately, I decided not to do the ZK22 because I wanted to get a different stock, the G36-ish looking stock. So if that's you just cost me several $100. Even though it's really my choice to do it, but still, I'm gonna blame you anyway. But shareware, you know, it was such an interesting concept back in the day, though. The idea that you could get, you know, part of the game, silver key. Well, where the fuck are I supposed to find a silver key? Selenic Stronghold, huh? Alright, I will continue. How long have I been going? 8 minutes? Alright, I'm going to keep playing this for a half an hour. Then I will put on the Halo video that I just finished. Took 2 months to do that Halo video. It's 43 minutes long, but it's a massive retrospective of Halo 1, along with the SPV3 mod. And I'll tell you this, Halo 1 holds up a lot better than a lot of games from the early 2000s, I'll tell you that. Give me all that sweet mana. Give me that extra mana, if you will. So do I shoot that? So that door didn't open, so... Now what? This is where it gets to be like Hexen, where you don't have a damn clue where you're supposed to fucking go. Okay, it was you, Corey. Day of Infamy. Yeah, we're gonna get to that after Halo. This is just the sort of like the pre-show kind of thing. So yeah, thanks for that, Corey. That ain't gonna be cheap, but it's gonna be a lot of fun though. That little G36 stock, which I hadn't even thought about the 1022 in years. Okay, silver key. So it's got... Oh, it's up there. How the hell do I get up there? How the hell do I get up there? But I hadn't thought about the 1022 in years. I mean, I've shot one on many occasions, but after seeing that ZK22 stock, something just clipped. It clipped in my head. Clicked in my head. I was like, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Okay, am I just stupid or am I just tired? Because I've just spent several hours editing. Aw, I can't use the console and just no-clip my way up there. Because everyone knows I love no-clipping. Okay, it must not be over there. It's got to be someplace over here then. You bought an N64 buying expansion pack. I have no idea. From what I've heard, the expansion pack really isn't that good. Now, I never had one back in the day. But I have heard that some games aren't compatible with it, and what games it is compatible with, you will actually make games run kind of shittier. Once again, I've never owned one to test this, but theoretically, Turok 2 actually runs a bit crappier than it might otherwise, because while it's at a higher screen resolution, the game really isn't... the machine can't really keep up with that. Fire upon the red rune. So, yeah, I'm not sure if it's really even worth it. I'd recommend looking at the Happy Video Game Nerd video on the expansion pack, because he talks a bit about it, and evidently it's not very good. I always had thought that it was. Now, I think there are a few games where you absolutely need it, like, God damn it, not that game, like Donkey Kong 64 and Turok 3, but most of the games will not require it. Really? I fucking fell through the thing. Okay, am I going to keep just falling through here? Come on, kill him. I'm just taking so much damage from this guy. I better find some health, otherwise I'm going to die. Yeah, fire upon the red room. Because he just keeps smacking me every time I try to go up that goddamn elevator. Alright, and grab some health. And yeah, that 1022... You know, one of the reasons why I never bought one is because I did shoot it a lot as a kid. And so, to me, I shot it so much that when it came time for me to finally get one for myself, a 22 rifle that is for myself, I was like, well, I don't want that. I want something different. Aha! Okay, we'll finish this level, then move on to... Holy crap! And then we'll just move on to Halo. That review better get some views. It took forever to fucking do. Now watch, it'll get way less than that Doom video that took like no time. Because it always does. Music in this game is actually pretty good. I'm actually starting to hear it a bit more. We can get a new weapon. Some sort of cutlass kind of thing. Yeah, it's more of a scimitar. Use the whisper's edge wisely. It may strike many foes at once. So, oh, this is like something from Hexen, that, oh, I can't remember what it's called now. That sword you can get as the fighter, the, whatever the fuck it's called. I can't remember at the moment. Okay, so I think I'm on this side. I imagine there's going to be a boss of some description. Okay, this must use a combined mana. Let's go back to the old 22 caliber here. The old 22 caliber staff. At least that's what I always called the staff in the in Hexen. Not pure hard enough to ride the elevator. Milky boobs, eh? Well, that's random. That does sound like something weeb. You know, I actually have played a couple of what are those called? Visual novels? Yeah, I've played a few of those in my time. The one that I recall the most is the one with the hermaphrodite, called D's. It was very weird. What's kind of funny about visual novels is, of course, you know, you got stuff like that that's like free, and then you got something like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, which I really, really enjoyed. Oh wait, do I shoot it with the... Okay, I guess I don't shoot that. I am confused. By which I mean I'm only half awake at the moment. Yeah, I guess I gotta wait for these things to spawn, maybe? I don't know, but I think I'm going to be playing this game quite a bit more on my own time, because this is a great deal of fun. Okay, this goes nowhere. It's just fucking going nowhere. Maybe it's something... No. Oh, crap. I'm all the way down here again. Wait, no. Maybe I can, like... No, I can't. I gotta go all the way back up. And yeah, most visual novels are very, Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Use the Whisper's Edge wisely. Okay, that's not it. Or maybe the Whisper's Edge is needed for that. I shall test that now. Yeah, most of those visual novels are very strange. Like the dating sim where you're I think you're like a pigeon or something. Aha! I can solve simple puzzles. I am smart. Indie games. Where would we be without those? I really am enjoying this art style immensely because it just looks so good. It doesn't, it's not the same old pixel art crap. Which makes me very pleased indeed. Concentrated cringe, yes. Oh yes. So much, oh, aha! I did that on purpose. No, I don't want to go all the way down here! How the hell... Oh, okay, I should just be able to easily walk around, or not. Okay, I can't shoot that. Pro tip, don't grab that thing. Wait, that's... Oh, okay. Well, if you are going to grab that thing, do it in private. No one wants to see that. Even if you are a DSP. 5 beer in. Well, hello, Corey Cox's brother. Alright, so that, of course, is... a Medieval. A lot of fun. I'll do a live stream of this... like a full... well, maybe not a full live stream, but a live stream concentrating on this later. I'm going to assume everyone that's going to show up is going to show up. So now, of course, it is time for Halo SPV3 review. Let's get that up here. Let's... okay, now I gotta go in here and... because this won't automatically do this. Transform... fit to screen. Which it didn't do. Yeah, it did do. Make sure this is actually fit properly on here. Okay, and it is. Alright, so I will actually mute my microphone. But before I do, I have indeed brought back the original intro that I used starting in 2014. And I'm going to bring it back. It was an intro that I really enjoyed making. Now, sadly, the computer doesn't necessarily look the way it does in this video, but no one cares. Alright, so, in 3, 2, 1, go. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Every system needs a killer app. An app that shows the might and the power of a system. For the NES, it was Super Mario Bros. For the Sega Genesis, it was Sonic the Hedgehog. And for the Microsoft Xbox, it was Halo Combat Evolved. Halo Combat Evolved was not altogether that unique as of 2001. But what it did do was combine a wide variety of elements and utilize them in a compelling way. When I got back into gaming in 2003, after a 2-year hiatus, Halo Combat Evolved was the game that sold me on the Xbox over all the other systems on the market at that time. Since 2003, I have remained a bit of a Halo fan, even if I was rather disappointed by Halo 2 and the way the story continued on. Halo 1 was not just on the Xbox. It was also on the PC. The PC port was sadly overlooked at the time, but it was not overlooked by me. After my second bloody Xbox died, I went ahead and picked up the PC version so that I could continue playing it. Halo PC was, for some time, the definitive Halo 1 experience. It had better graphics and screen resolutions than the Xbox version, and seeing as how it was a game from the early 2000s, modding was actually encouraged rather than punished. It shipped with Halo Custom Edition, a utility that aided in modding the game. For a short time, I considered trying to create a mod for Halo 1, but alas, I could never quite grasp how to do it. Halo Custom Edition gave the promise of great mods that would enhance and supplement Halo 1, and many such mods came to pass. Today, we're not only going to be taking a look at Halo Combat Evolved, we are also going to be taking a look at what is possibly the greatest Halo mod of all time, Halo Single Player Version 3. First and foremost, Halo Combat Evolved was to blame for the two-weapon rule, but it escapes my undying hatred because the rest of the game makes up for it. The two-weapon rule is especially terrible in the mod because the modders have added a metric shit-ton of awesome weapons. And that just makes the two-weapon rule two-weapon cruel. You've got the BR-55 battle rifle, the M60 pistol, and that's not even getting into the Covey crap. Now, when you kill the hunters, they drop their weapons, and by the great Didac are the hunter weapons awesome. You have your standard fuel rod cannon, and it works quite well when turned against the hunters. You have the plasma machine gun, and it is good for taking down large groups of enemies. And then you have the plasma stream launcher, and it's probably the least useful of the bunch, as it has a long charge-up time that can leave you vulnerable. However, when said stream of plasma comes in contact with an enemy, they usually go down in one hit. Hunters are far more prevalent in this mod than they were in the original game, and thus you really need to have some sort of heavy weapon in your secondary slot. The battle rifle is quite excellent and is a good general purpose weapon like it usually is in the later Halo games. And you can even get several variants. You can get a suppressed version, and one with an underslung grenade launcher that is quite useful late game. The DMR from Reach is in this game, and I personally found it to be somewhat lacking in stopping power, and I generally never used it. One rather, shall we say, memorable enemy from Halo 2 was the Jackal Sniper, and guess what? That enemy makes an appearance in this game and is just as deadly. Yes, the Jackal Sniper appears in the mod, and by the great Simo can they slot you from a distance. And really, they make the game that much more fun / difficult. Late game, you get access to the mod's version of the SAW from Halo 4, the M247H turret, and by the great FN is it absolutely required late game, as by that point, you are fighting massive groups of enemies, and the rather limited BR-55 is just not enough to stem the tide. There are a few new grenade types added to the game, with the most fun being the gravity grenade. It sucks all the enemies towards it and then explodes. However, it is very easy to suck yourself up by accident, so use with caution. And speaking of grenades, enemies throw grenades far more and with better accuracy than they did in the base game. So keep a lookout, or you may find yourself both sucked and blown. Up, that is. One rather annoying aspect of this mod is the fact that it lacks the MA5B combat rifle. Instead, it has the combat rifle from Reach. Not only does it not hold the 62 rounds, it also does not look nearly as cool. The MA5B was the signature weapon of Combat Evolved, and all the other combat rifles in the later Halo games just never measured up. That it is missing from its own bloody game is just a big missed opportunity to have the definitive MA5B model. Well, at least it does appear in Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, although they get the rifle sound wrong. I don't get it. They have access to the original sound files. Why are they just gonna use it? It's like Alien 3 and the goddamn pulse rifle. One of the selling points of the PC version of Halo 1 was that it had new weapons and vehicles in the multiplayer. In the mod, one of the original Halo 1 PC weapons shows up in the single player. the Flammenwerfer, and by the great librarian, is it glorious? It basically turns you into death incarnate, but be careful to not set yourself on fire. One really cool thing the mod does is it allows the Covenant to use human weapons. In the original instruction manual and in the novel Fall of Reach, it's mentioned that the Covenant would rather die than use human weapons. This was likely done to explain programming limitations in the original Halo Combat Evolved. And later games dropped this. Here, the Covenant will use human weapons if they have access to them. So yes, you can potentially face jackals armed with sniper rifles and brutes armed with rocket lawn chairs. One of the greatest aspects of Halo Combat Evolved was how it was able to integrate vehicular combat. Halo was not just a first-person shooter, and one of the many memorable aspects of the game was the fact that in many levels you could hop into a vehicle and tear ass across the countryside, blowing up everything in sight. The chain gun armed Warthog is yet another iconic element of Halo. In the mod, we have numerous awesome vehicles to choose from. You have the base Warthog, the Gauss Warthog, and the anti-air Warthog. That particular variant appeared in the multiplayer for Halo 1 PC. Sadly, I didn't get to try out the anti-air Warthog because it was blown up by a Wraith tank. But I got my revenge by hijacking that tank. Yes, the hijacking in Halo 2 has been fully implemented into Halo Combat Evolved, and the mod loves to give you numerous chances to steal Wraith tanks, be they anti-air or standard. This mod is less of a remake mod and more of a celebration of all things Halo, and it even pays tribute to Halo Wars. The Mammoth, Grizzly tank from Halo Wars makes an appearance and is just awe-inspirational. However, it is quite inaccurate, and it's hard to pull off long-range shots with it. The Gun Goose appears and is kinda crap. It's rather weak, and you are easily thrown from it due to the terrain, but at least it's there and is an option. Halo Combat Evolved really went above and beyond when it came to its gameplay. It was not content to give you one or two ground vehicles. Oh no! It also gave you flying vehicles in 2001, no less. When you got the Banshee, you knew you were playing something truly next-gen. Here was a game where not only did you get to shoot through well-made levels, you also got to drive around in a goddamn tank, but to top it all off, you got to hop in a bloody fighter and strafe ground targets. If this was a modern-day first-person shooter, all those segments would be on rails. In the mod, you have access to the Halo 2 Banshee, and personally, I was never a fan of that particular version. In Halo 1, you could hover with the Banshee, and it was quite versatile. In Halo 2, the Banshee was always moving forward no matter what, and it made strafing rather difficult. But, and this is a jet-powered bum, the modders gave me exactly what I wanted in the guise of the AV-22 Sparrowhawk. It is nothing short of amazing. You have machine guns, missiles, and you can hover just like the Banshee of old. In the mod, there are numerous dogfights to be had, and there are numerous targets to be strafed. And since this is Halo, if you find it easier to land, get out and snipe, you can do just that. Play your way in 2001. Oh wait, all games back then considered the player an integral part of the experience instead of just as an impediment. SPV3 updates the graphics for Halo Combat Evolved quite a bit. I would say it's at least high-tier Halo 2, if low-tier Halo 3 in terms of graphical complexity. And that is quite significant since this mod is only running on the original Halo 1 engine. The mouth flaps still are a bit phony, but that is only one small graphical deficiency. Everything is highly detailed, and in most places the texture work is quite good. There are also numerous little graphical details that you will only start to pick up as you play the game more and more. Just look at the graphical effect for the regenerating elite shields. Nothing short of jaw-dropping on the Halo 1 engine. The mod also allows you to play the game in high screen resolutions, and you can even modify the FOV. Prior to playing this mod, I never really paid that much attention to FOV, but on a lark, I bumped up the FOV to 100, and now I can't really enjoy games with zoomed-in FOVs. Thanks, SPV3! Once you realize how much better having a high FOV is, it really is hard to go back to really zoomed-in games. And I highly recommend bumping up the FOV in the mod. Sure, it's not how the game was originally, but it does give you a much more refined experience. Keep in mind, though, that you will have one or two graphical glitches here and there. The HUD has been changed and more closely resembles the HUD seen in Halo Reach. It's easy to see and very sleek. The mod itself is very stable, and I never had any crashes to desktop. But if you exit the game mid-level and want to continue it later, continuing is a little counterintuitive. You cannot just go to Continue Game. Rather, you need to go to the chapter you are currently playing, and then you will be able to carry on from where you left off. Unlike in base Halo PC, all the levels are available from the start, and the difficulty settings have been changed. The lowest difficulty is now normal, with the highest difficulty being noble, a reference to Noble Team in Halo Reach. The mod is much more difficult than base Halo 1, but its difficulty is offset by more powerful weapons and armor enhancements. You have 3 different armor enhancements: Health Regen, which is almost required late game, Sprint, which I almost never used, and Visor. Something you would think that the super high-tech Mjolnir armor would have built in instead of, well, a white light flashlight. But remember, Halo equals 80-ish future. The visor works well enough, but there are not really enough dark areas to justify its use. And in super dark areas of the Maw, you will survive longer if you have health regen. It is often joked that the Air Force is an even bigger danger than the enemy. Well, in SPV3, there's some validity to that. The mod arms the Pelican dropships with a chin cannon and bombs. The mod does not tell you that they are armed with bombs. The chin cannon is fairly obvious, and you will never be hit by it. But the Pelicans love to drop bombs right on top of your bloody head. So you will be fighting the enemy only to get blown up randomly. It took an inordinate amount of time for me to realize that the Pelicans were blowing the crap out of me. So whenever the Pelicans are around, hunker down and wait until they leave. On a good note, the Pelicans do drop more than death. They will resupply you now and again, Halo 2 style. And that, incoming at least, is most welcome. One last thing to note is that all systems will not be compatible with SPV3, and you may need to download an extra file to get it working. Said file is easy enough to find via a simple search with the search engine of your choice. Music for Halo is as iconic as the gameplay, with the Halo theme being more or less the Super Mario Bros. Theme equivalent for Xbox and Microsoft as a whole. Voice acting is damn good and was amazing for 2001, although I always felt that Sierra 117 could have emoted just a little bit more. In the mod, some voice acting has been added, and it is of high quality and sounds like it was recorded on professional quality microphones. Now, we're going to go level by level and examine Halo Combat Evolved in detail. Halo Combat Evolved consists of 10 massive levels, and the mod gives you the choice of either playing the original Silent Cartographer level or an evolved one. The intro to Halo is exquisitely done. The Halo ring in the original game looked amazing and looks even more amazing here, and was something that inspired wonder in the player. The Pillar of Autumn itself was a rather unique starship design that just looked mean. The intro tells you everything you need to know in just a few words and relies upon audio-visual shorthand to get its point across. Captain Keyes is not a particularly original character, but then again, he doesn't need to be. He needs to be instantly recognizable as the Captain. His voice actor puts in a great performance and sells the role of Captain Keyes. And while he is not in the game altogether that long, he leaves a lasting impression on the player. This is a man that deserves respect due to his actions and force of personality. Two things here. One, Keyes' face looks way better than it does in Halo Anniversary. And in the original game, his uniform hilariously said, "Hello, my name Keyes." Damn, I miss the era when game developers had actual freedom. Cortana, I'm sorry to say, looks kind of crap. The modders were going for a more Halo 2 look for her, and it just doesn't work at all. The original Cortana look would have suited this game better. The Halo 1 graphics engine just cannot support this style of Cortana, and thus she is rather distracting and her mouth does not work quite right. And besides, I prefer short hair Cortana above all others. The design of Cortana is also shorthand for AI. She looks otherworldly while still looking human. The voice is intelligent but soft. When you see Cortana, your brain immediately thinks AI. After the intro, we cut to the hushed casket. Master Chief is, of course, in cryo, and it's time to let him out and show off how cool he looks. And by the great THOR, does the chef look amazing. And his armor even has a little 117, which is a reference to the Halo short film, The Package. Unlike in the original game, you can thankfully skip past all the tutorial crap and get straight into the fighting. For the first minute or two, you have to run from enemies, and the run to the bridge is absolutely fraught with peril, and is even more epic in the mod. The mod does add a few turrets that help keep the elites and brutes from overrunning the defensive positions. When you make it to the bridge area, you see the epic new Pillar of Autumn logo, and enter into yet another iconic moment.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
Everything about the first few minutes of Halo would go on to be referenced numerous times in later games and books and other media. Most notably, the lack of starting weapons. This would be referenced in Halo 2 when the chef says, "I need a weapon." Your first weapon in the game is the M60 pistol, specifically Captain Keyes' personal pistol, that for some reason is not kept loaded. In the mod, there is a body on the ground, so that is how you get your initial starting ammo. In the original game, the ammo just magically appears in your inventory. Your first fights in the Pillar of Autumn are rather instructive and do a good job of introducing you to the fast-paced gameplay of Halo. Every firefight is generally entertaining, as the enemies in Halo are actually quite mobile and can soak up a good amount of damage. This mod introduces brutes into Halo 1, which is a retcon that makes sense, since with the release of the novel Halo Contact Harvest, we know that the brutes have been fighting humanity since the very beginning. The mod increases the size of the Pillar of Autumn level considerably and gives us some great areas to fight through. Eventually, you make it off the Pillar of Autumn, and in another great cutscene, you see it turn and enter a path of destruction to the ring. And now, we enter the level where everyone's mind was blown. Pillar of Autumn is a great level, but for many it was just a standard level. Its shooting was a little higher quality than usual, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Then, you make it onto Halo. The game opens up considerably, but for the first bits of Halo, it's just an above-average FPS. Nothing really that different. Then, Echo 419 shows up. Echo 419 is another character that utilizes audio-visual shorthand to get a point across. She has a voice that is friendly and cheerful, and she is always there to help Master Chef and Cortana. Sadly, no other game would have a character quite like this, and thus later games lacked the sheer character that Combat Evolved has. Echo 419 drops off a Warthog, and now the game really opens up, and thus Halo goes from an above-average FPS and becomes a legendary one. In Halo, you have to help rescue Marines. In the SPV3 version, you do that, and well, you also do this.
Cortana, we are on our way. Thanks for clearing that LZ.
Easier said than done. Inbound Phantoms, Chief.
Yes, there is this massive base that you have to single-handedly save from the Covenant. And it is glorious. It is amazing, and it is post-2018. In no modern game would you see something as literally epic as this. In a modern game, you would likely fight about half of this battle, and the other half would be one massive, overindulgent cutscene. This battle right here shows you what gaming is meant to be. So Halo continues on, and you continue collecting Marines. One really funny moment happens here. There is a spawning glitch on the Phantom dropship. The brutes are dropped one on top of the other, and thus you can easily wipe them all out with your vehicle. Once you have saved the last group of Marines, you learn that Cap Keyes has been kidnapped by the Coveys, and it's up to you to be a bad enough Spartan 2 to rescue him from the clutches of the Dread Covenant. After the sheer epicness of Halo, Truth and Reconciliation slows the game down a bit, and is just a general first-person shooting level. The outdoor segments are tough and fun and really highlight why I hate checkpoints. The points are few and far between, and if you die, you lose a significant amount of progress. And trust me, Truth and Rec is not an easy level by any means. One really awesome thing is the fact that the Marines are decked out in ODST gear, and canonically, there were ODSTs under a Major Silva on Halo at this time. The ship levels are claustrophobic, and I personally found them to be a bit boring. Once you rescue Captain Keyes, you are now playing an escort mission, and while Keyes is a great ship commander, he is not really a ground pounder, and thus is kind of thick. Truth and Rec ends in a suitably epic way. You capture a Covenant dropship, a graphically updated Spectre dropship. This is one of only 2 times this type of dropship appears in the mod at all, as all the rest of the dropships are the Halo 2 Phantom dropship. This is excellent attention to detail. This scene also shows just how badass Keyes really is. Cortana says that she can pilot the dropship. Keyes says, he got this. And then hunters show up. He got this. In any other game, you would take the turret and kill them. In Halo Combat Evolved, Keyes crushes them with the dropship like a boss. That is how you write a proper commanding officer character. Truth and Rec kind of drags. And then this happens. You are in the back of a dropship, you land and hit the beach like it's fucking Iwo Jima, replete with the Halo theme blaring in your ear. This is still nothing short of jaw-dropping, and in 2003, well, I was rather impressed to say the least. In the modern era, most of this would be a cutscene, and thus crap. What we are looking at here is the evolved version of the Silent Cartographer level, and it is, of course, post-2018 in greatness. It takes the bones of the already epic Silent Cartographer and simply ups the complexity by about, 17 years. The driving segments are amazing, and the indoor shootouts are quite fun and difficult. One annoying moment takes place right here. You have to try and jump these platforms, and it's really kind of super finicky. And you can find yourself dying quite quickly, and the checkpoint sends you way back. Pro tip, take the Warthog and take the easiest path. You will be less inclined to chuck the keyboard out the window. All throughout the game, you find data pads and terminals, and they fill in the details as to what is going on. They are fairly well written and give great backstory on the factions and the motivations of the characters. Yeah, it's a little silly that they just leave these data pads on the ground for anyone to see, but well, Master Chief has a white light flashlight. Some things must be sacrificed for dramatique. The terminals work a bit better here than in the mainline Halo series because they are just text and not massive overblown cutscenes. Text logs are by far the best types of logs, as you, the player, use your imagination to paint the picture. It also means you don't have to listen to crappy voice acting either. This level introduces the Ceremonial Elite. They can take a crap ton of damage, but I was ready for them because a datapad told me that they can shrug off bullets, and thus when I faced one, I hit them with a heavy weapon. I love it when games reward exploration. The one aspect that I do find kind of annoying is the fact that old Johnny 1117 boy never makes use of any of the information from the terminals. I get it, gameplay/story segregation, but in so many games where there are text logs, you would think that after reading so many, that the player character would know what is going on. Sadly, most text logs just work as dramatic irony most of the time. You know what's going on, but the PC is as in the dark as ever. Eventually, you find the silent cartographer, and in the mod, it looks amazing. And now, it's time to assault the control room. Assault on the control room is yet another high-quality level. This is yet another gaming memory that sticks with you for a lifetime, and the mod makes it even better. The areas are wider, and the battles more frantic. One of the issues with many big mods is dead space. Oftentimes in mods, you are crawling along the same boring terrain with nothing to do. That is not the case here. As you fight your way to the control room, you face opposition the entire way. Two things to mention about the snow level here. One, back in 2003, I was using an ancient tube TV that required an adapter to use RC cables. And thus, the snow was really washed out. And what's really funny is that in 2018, the sheer level of bloom makes it somewhat washed out. And two, you learn from a terminal that the snow is due to Halo's monitor, 343 Guilty Spark, wanting to freeze the flood. Drama is important, but sometimes it can be a little silly. You get to the control room and Cortana jumps in, and this happens.
No, that can't be. Oh, these Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys?
The weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here. Find keys. Stop him. Before it's too late.
You know, Cortana, all you had to say to Mr. Chef was, unknown, virulent alien, do not let out, stop captain from letting out. Or, you know, you can even make it a little simpler and just say, bad alien, kill, kill. Instead, she doesn't say what the problem actually is, and thus, Halo Chief is in the dark. It's good for generating suspense, but does not make much logical sense. What also does not make much logical sense is the fact that Cortana cannot keep in contact with the Chief and update him about the new enemy. Still, all that can be forgiven due to the next level and its well done suspense. Halo 1 and this level both know how to keep the player guessing. At no time does the game allude to this new enemy. The marketing material did not. The rather well-appointed instruction manual did not. Nothing prior to this point even gave a hint as to what is about to happen. This is one of only a few games that was able to keep something secret right up until the point 343 Guilty Spark starts up. This is one of only a few games that was able to keep something secret until the right point. 343 Guilty Spark starts up normal enough. You fight some Covenant, you hear some spotty radio transmissions, and what you hear from those spotty radio transmissions is a bit strange. You hear that the UNSC forces entered a facility and ran into some trouble. You then see some damaged architecture and find a crazed Marine saying that you won't take him, and he starts shooting at you. But what caused all of this is kept just out of sight. You finally fight to a door with an unlocker on it. And this is where the mod spoils the flood. You see flood hive structures in this room. In the original game, there was nothing which further increased suspense. You find a dead Marine and play back his helmet camera. It shows the Marines en route to the Forerunner facility you are currently in. In the original game, some random rock played in the dropship. In the mod, Paint It Black is played as was originally intended. It is here that you learn that the captain was attacked by the Flood. In the original game, this was quite an effective reveal, and I'm not sure why the modders chose to give it away with these Flood hive structures. The Flood, ladies and gentlemen, are the second antagonist for the first Halo trilogy. They are essentially Bioborg. They assimilate species and control them through a hive mind, headed up by a supreme intelligence called the Grave Mind. In the mod, you face a good variety of Flood combat and carrier forms. Finally, the Jackals get their own infection form, and they make a quite creepy sound when they attack you. As you fight your way out of the Forerunner facility, you will encounter some Marines, but they cannot really be saved as the difficulty increases considerably, and it's all you can do to keep yourself alive. Also, there are animations for humans and Covenant getting converted into Flood forms, and they are amazing to say the least. You eventually fight your way out of the Forerunner facility and are whisked away by 343 Guilty Spark. Thus, we enter the library. A rather maligned level these days, but back when I first played it, I found it to just be another generic level, if a bit difficult. So, the level being hated could have been legitimate, or its hatred could have been manufactured by the internet. All I know is that at the time, I found it to be just another level, and actually disliked Truth and Wreck more. Here the level has been improved considerably from its initial form. You fight through some Covenant checkpoints this time, and they provide some adequate firepower. And then you find a lone Wraith tank. It's Blitzkrieg time. Crank up that Sabaton! If you hate, either legitimately or due to the internet, the library level, getting the Wraith tank ought to change one's mind. You find some data pads scattered around the level, chronicling the adventures of one doomed space marine. With standard human strength and weapons, he gets pretty far before running out of ammo and getting cut into tiny chunks. I found his data pads to be quite tragic. This doomed space marine was elaborated on in the novel Halo: The Flood, and like in the game, MC finds his rather battered body and is quite impressed by his fighting prowess. The point of the library is to get the index for the monitor, and at the end of the level, you do. Overall, the library redux is nothing short of excellent and shows that thanks to the fans, even the roughest diamond can be polished to a mirror sheen. Now it's time to take to the air into Betrayals. You take the index to the control room, you insert the index only for nothing to happen. Cortana just saved the asses of everyone in the galaxy by stopping the firing of the Halo ring. Had it fired, the entire galaxy would be quite devoid of life. You see, the Halo ring is designed to kill potential Flood host organisms. 343 Guilty Spark gets angered that his containment protocol was not carried out, and thus sicks his sentinels on you. Depending on the difficulty level, surviving the initial onslaught of sentinels can be rather difficult, and even on normal I found myself getting burned down quite a few times. The mod starts you up with a Jackal's shield. Yes, after 17 years, you finally get to use one. Sadly, they are rather useless and should be discarded immediately. Once you have dealt with the sentinels, it's time for a massive fight. You fight through the area you first fought through in Assault on the Control Room, but this time you get access to some aircraft, and the mission here is to sabotage Halo to buy time. 2 Betrayals is by far the most modified and most impressive level in the mod. It has numerous new areas, and it really makes good use of the flying vehicles. There are numerous dogfights to be had, and ground battles to be fought, and firefights to survive. The plan to stop Halo is thus: overload the Pillar of Autumn's fusion reactors and destroy the ring. In order to do that, you have to find keys and get its command codes. Once you have finished sabotaging Halo, Cortana finds keys and whisks you away to the Truth and Wreck once more. The battles get even more frantic, and the difficulty increases a bit. And as near as I can tell, you still have to jump off the ship. Many people just blunder down this hole, but Halo veterans know better. But alas, you still have to take the plunge. In the novel for Halo 1, Chief remarks on how cold that coolant was. You fight back to the ship and then through said ship, facing Covenant and Flood alike. All the while, Keyes is contacting you and telling you not to save him. The game actually adds a few Keyes lines that were either cut or they got someone who sounded remarkably like Keyes' original voice actor. Sadly, you only find keys as part of a proto-grave mind. Chief has only one choice, and that is to crack Keys' skull and get his neural lace with the codes. You break out of the ship, and in the mod, just before you escape, you find a datapad with a message from Keys. It's very creepily written, as it shows that Keys is becoming Gravemind and thus is part of the Flood. How he wrote this, I have no idea, but it makes the already emotional loss of Keys even more poignant. You escape the flooded Truth and Wreck and head for the Pillar of Autumn. The Maw takes you through the Pillar of Autumn, and herein you fight both the Flood and the Covenant. In the mod, the power is down, and thus the level is extremely dark, giving it a very creepy atmosphere. And it's also quite tough, as there are a crap ton of Flood to fight. Eventually, you reach the bridge, and 343 Guilty Spark calls you to gloat, as is his wont, and tells you that he has stopped the ship's self-destruct mechanism. Cortana is at a loss, but Master C, ever the tactician, comes up with the simple plan of blowing shit up. And thus, you yo-jo it down to the engineering facility to put a couple rockets into the fusion stack. The finale of Halo 1 is nothing short of exquisite. There's no big boss fight because that would be cliché. Instead, you have to hop into a Warthog and race to the finish, dodging Flood, Coveys, and obstacles. It was, in 2001 and today, a rather unique finish for a first-person shooter, and one that is rather difficult to top. Your main goal is to reach an auxiliary landing pad so that you can be picked up by Echo 419. And here is yet another tragic moment. Echo 419 is shot down by the Foul Covenant. Through audio-visual shorthand, we care a great deal for Echo 419 and are grieved by her loss. Not every character needs massive, long-winded cutscenes to get a point across. Through just a few words, we come to like Echo 419 and are sad to see her die. With Echo 419 gone, it's time to find an alternate means of egress. And that alternate means is a longsword starfighter. And thus, you put pedal to the metal and drive to the launch bay. When I got out of the Warthog, I phased through the bloody floor, and I thought I was dead. But it seems that the modders planned for this, and thus there was a ramp for me to walk up. You hop aboard the starfighter and watch the fireworks. And on another part of the Halo ring, a Pelican dropship was also taking off, loaded with a few more survivors, including one, Sergeant Avery Johnson. The Chief escapes in time and looks out upon the ruins of Halo and says,
No, I think we're just getting started.
Kind of cocky there, Master C. How did you know it was gonna blow up that big? And thus, Halo comes to a close. The end. But it was not to be the end for Halo. No, it was Halo's enemies that would die. Yes, and Halo Chief would fight on in the name of the Emperor and the Golden Throne. Having played the game in 2003, I still had to wait a year for Halo 2 to come out, and that bloody game couldn't have come fast enough. In the run-up to Halo 2, I acquired a bunch of Halo gubbins, from models of Master Chief to a bloody calendar that I still have to this day. Sure, it's not March 6, 2004 now, but who knows what the future may hold. Like with many people back in the day, I pre-ordered the version of Halo 2 with the metal case, because metal makes it more Halo-y. What's really funny is the basic version of Halo 2, evidently, is actually rarer than the special edition. When I finally got it, I rushed home and popped it into my Xbox and was promptly disappointed. I felt that the game was literally worse in every conceivable way. The story was nowhere near as focused, the characters were shallow and uninteresting, and the whole game just felt blech, dull and uninteresting. And the less said about that horrid ending, the better. At the time, I tried to like Halo 2. Hell, when someone said the campaign sucked, I was like, no it didn't, you suck! After a while, I agreed, and yeah, it did suck, and does suck. Surprisingly though, in this brave new world of ours, people are starting to like Halo 2's campaign for some reason. Well, if you like it, good for you. You suck! Halo 3 was, in my estimation, better than Halo 2, but I felt it was only 85% as good as Halo 1. The characters were a little bit better this time around, and the story was far better than Halo 2's story, but it still felt a bit unfocused compared to Halo 1's. And finally, the ending was actually good, even if it was only a rehash of Halo 1's. Halo 3 would also be the only Halo game that I would ever play multiplayer, and I have to say that I enjoyed it immensely. Halo 4 was a game that was rather contentious. I enjoyed it because it had ties to the books, it focused more on Master C and Cortana, and it felt more emotional. But looking back on it now, I have to say that it was only 65% as good as Halo 1, and it went on a bit too long in its cutscenes and succumbed to the asshole rule of the modern era. In order to make the main character look good, you have an authority figure be an asshole, thus making the main character appear better by default. The captain of the Infinity, Captain Del Rio, was an anti-Keys. You wouldn't really trust the man, and he acted like a blowhard. Halo 1 did not need an asshole to make Master C look good, as at that time, Master C was able to share the limelight with other characters. Overall, for me at least, Halo 1 will remain my single favorite Halo game of all time, as it truly is gaming perfection. And as for SPV3, well, it turns Halo Combat Evolved into Halo Combat Refined. I highly recommend checking out both Halo Combat Evolved and the mod SPV3. Halo is without a doubt one of the best implemented first-person shooters of all time, and is in my top 20 games of all time. And so, I am General Lotz, wishing you good Halo First Strike, and good Halo Contact Harvest, or whatever makes you happy. If you enjoyed my massively long review of Halo Combat Evolved, please consider subscribing, and if you can, please consider supporting me on Patreon so that I can continue bringing you these massive game reviews. Alright, and that is Halo Combat Evolved SPV3. That video took a grand total of 2 months to complete, and you guys got to see it first, because I'm not going to be able to upload it until tomorrow. The file size is 3.2 gigabytes, so it's huge. I started working on that video back in August, actually, and it's taken from that time, and I appreciate all the nice messages. And yeah, so it's taken a long time. It was actually Raynick, who has been commenting here, who came up with the term Halo Combat Refined. And so I cribbed that line there because it was pretty good. Yeah, so overall, SPV3, I really enjoyed making it. Took forever, though. So I'm actually going to hop into the Discord chat, and we shall begin streaming COD 2 Day of Infamy. Alright, so,
oh, hi.
Halo Combat Evolved SPV3.
Oh, it's about to go live?
I already am. I already just showed the entire 45-minute video.
Oh, it's 45 minutes. I didn't even notice.
Oh, I see how it is. How could you?
Yeah.
Whatever then.
Good God, my phone was
eating
on the other side of the room.
I was eating dinner, my guy.
That was like, that's a likely excuse. Okay, now I gotta remember how to spell sea lion.
Sea lion? It's C and
Show
then...
me. I wasn't watching.
Alright, so, is that gonna, yep, there it goes. Okay, /sea lion. Didn't work. Maybe I got,
Oh. So it feels bad, man.
Okay, so that's not it.
Feels
If need,
good.
no. Okay, maybe it's level and then sea lion? Hold on, I gotta...
What are you trying to do?
Well...
He's trying to spell things.
I can see
where
that.
in the name of Ysmir is my readme file for that?
Maybe it's in the recycle bin.
Ysmir doesn't exist, shush.
Oh, that's what all those people say. Okay, where the hell
That's what the heretics say.
does we come either Palpatine or Nike? Keeps 1.2. I don't know. I can't see what that says. Okay, now where the hell is my? I know I saved it. Kurland Front. That's not it. Panzer
Korean.
Chasm. No. Okay, what?
Did you just mispronounce Korean, John?
No, it's this Panzer Chasm. Okay, where? Okay, maybe that's. Okay, this is Day of Infamy, right? Day. No. So it's
Day
not
of
in
Korea.
TMP. Day. Okay, so Day is not on here.
Deus Ex.
Machina.
No, that's
No,
wrong.
I
Everything.
didn't want to have the Machina part.
I'll find it one day. I looked it up yesterday, and I should have just drug out the README.
Can't you look it up?
Well, he put it in the README, so unless I can find the thing there, I'm not going to be able to get it to work.
The Panzer Convoy.
Okay, please wait. It's not Day of Infamy. It's a different. It's a COD 2 mod. Okay, Day of Infamy. There it is.
It's
Am I-
5 minutes of Infamy.
Yeah, that's how long it would. Well, to see the story for this is a bit ridiculous. It's 1944. The Germans invade the UK somehow. Where they get the boats, I don't know. And the idea, the mod is based on the Battle of the Bulge. The idea in the Battle of the Bulge was to invade Belgium and steal the supplies that the Americans had. The idea behind the mod here is to do the same thing, except somehow invade Britain, invade the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy, take the supplies there, and somehow transport them from the UK to France. Not seeing that happen, but you know what? It's not meant to be realistic.
So why'd you say the mod was controversial?
Because you play as the Germans.
It's not realistic, that's why.
No, you play as the Germans in this.
Oh.
Firearms live stream. I don't think anyone would actually watch that. I don't think anybody would care, and I don't know how I'd make it actually entertaining, other than literally just picking up a gun and showing it in front of the camera. In fact, while we wait for the mod to download so I can get the README, I could do just that.
You could shoot live stream as well.
Can you just shoot it like out your window?
I don't think so.
That breaks laws.
I know. I know it breaks laws. I live in Texas.
Well, it depends. If you were in a rural household,
Exactly, I was about to say that.
acres, you could.
But not in the middle of Houston, that's for sure.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. Yeah. No. No shit.
That's bad.
Everybody would be shooting back.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it probably happens daily in like South Houston though. So.
I would not be surprised.
So.
Okay.
There's probably a murder going on right now. They're just saying.
Once again, you look at the news. Yeah. Okay. Now, what is the command for this?
You should know, General.
I can't remember every command. Okay.
And that's actually not a 1911. That's a Star Modelo. Yeah.
Exactly. Which, honestly, I like having more than just a traditional 1911 because 9mm is way cheaper. So it's map.
Yep.
It's /map C-line. That's why I couldn't remember what it was.
These days, for 1911, honestly, either go with Rock Island or build it yourself.
Not really.
There's a lot of... I am actually a gunsmith when it comes to 1911s, and unless you're planning on dropping $1,200 and up, just go with Rock Island or do it yourself.
You seem to be in the business of
I
everything.
was gonna say like I was gonna say like
No, I'm not in the business of everything. Right now, I'm in the business of nothing. I'm looking for work.
I was gonna say
You're
like
jobless right now?
Yeah, it happens.
Okay, if it's too loud, I'll turn it down. It's loud to me.
To get a reliable 1911 is actually rather difficult.
Really?
The best case example I can ever give is Kimber. All of their guns look nice, but they function horribly.
And these are like supposed to be like 1911 manufacturers.
These are manufacturers who make 1911s in the $1,800 range.
Now,
Yo, crap.
now, how simple of a design is a 1911?
Compared to modern handguns, it's not. It's actually kind of complex.
Really?
But-
How so?
Well, it has more moving parts and more part size dependencies.
Give me that MP44.
No, it's not
Yeah.
like some uber magical thing to get a
Goddamn
1911 working. I can make a Kimber work, but you're going to be paying me for my hours.
I shall pay you $1,000 to fix my Kimber pistol.
I'd-
It exploded in my hands during the at the range.
I don't think it'd be that bad.
No, it won't explode in your hand. It just won't. It'll. A new Kimber will just have failure to feed and failure to extract problems, which I can fix that.
I know, it's called
I was about to
hyperbole.
say, if you can like fix that, that's probably no big deal. But like, you're spending $1,800, upwards of $1,800, you said it should be working in the first place.
That's why I said
God damn it.
Yeah.
ones, 'cause
Yeah,
you're spending half that, and it's generally going to work. I've run into very few Rock Island armories.
Wait,
That
John,
haven't.
what'd you say about like the gun that you showed?
He keeps stepping on mines.
Yeah.
Well, John, stop stepping on mines. And second of all, what was the gun you showed again? I wasn't looking.
Well, we're trying to invade England and somehow not die. Now, where the Germans got 4-engine bombers, I'm not really sure, seeing as how they never had any, but alternate history.
But Call of Duty.
yeah.
You keep getting
pretty
hit out of
much.
nowhere.
I know.
That's a lot of fire he's facing down.
Any World War II gun, the one I have now, the MP44, that was like the best of the best at the time.
MP40.
MP44, specifically.
MP44 is the right.
Oh, STG 44, right?
Yeah. But why call it MP? It's not machine pistol. Machine
Technically-
pistol.
Technically, it kind of was the time, because remember, machine and pistolen, not exactly a term. We didn't have a term for Sturmgewehr just yet.
God
It
damn.
was
Oh.
later called Sturmgewehr.
Oh, so-
Everybody's.
Did they modify it in any way? Or...
No, they just basically counted it as a rifle round as opposed to a pistol round.
yeah, like
What is
intermediate
it-
cartridge.
What is it fire? Or... I don't
An intermediate
understand.
cartridge.
8mm Kurtz. God damn it.
Okay.
The Kurtz part being why they called it machine and pistolen.
You might want to use God mode for a little bit.
Oh, 8mm. That's painful.
'Cause you know.
That's gonna do some damage.
No, very much so. It's very much akin to a slightly weaker 7.62x39, just with
Exactly.
a bigger bullet,
So you know. This is.
Like wider or longer?
wider.
Yeah. I actually found like an 8. I'm not gonna lie. On my campus, at college, I found a freaking 8mm cartridge, like the casing. Like the bullet was already
Shit.
fired. I think someone must have brought it, but they kind of just left it. I found it like in the cafeteria one day, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna see that for myself.
That's
Very
That's
strange.
concerning.
That is
I
weird.
know. I mean,
Yeah.
nothing bad has happened, thankfully. But this was like 2
Yeah,
semesters ago, so
Oh.
It's a very strange round to just miss and lose.
maybe someone just brought it as like a memento, and they're like, or they just found it one day. We're like, whatever.
Could be.
I'll just keep it, I guess.
Also, yeah, okay, so like, okay, so like invading, it's like I'm the only one invading Britain here. Like, where are the tanks, mortars, other people? I'm the only one here.
It's
But
just-
John-
You're the German version of BJ Blazkowicz.
I guess.
You're the Uberman. The Ubermensch. You are
Plot twist.
supposed. Yeah.
Plot twist. Plot twist. You're playing as an Uber soldat.
Yeah, the Ubermensch.
Evidently,
John
because
is the Ubermensch.
like looking here, I got two blown out landing craft, which the Germans didn't have, some tugboat, and that's it. I'd be-
Alternate history. I don't know.
In 1944, the day before D-Day, do you realize they wouldn't even get across the bloody English Channel with all those goddamn ships there?
The naval mines there would have taken care of any boat they had.
So, yeah. Okay, one of the things the chat asked was, which captain would I want to serve under? Keys. He's the most level-headed and sane, and until Halo 1, kept most of his people alive. And then, of course, they all died, but, well, they kind of had
Plot.
to.
Can't imagine because plot sacrifices.
Not even plot sacrifices. It's the fact they were assaulted on 3 fronts. It shows
Yeah,
everything
true.
that.
Yeah, that too.
Meaning at the flood, the covenant.
Yeah.
And you forget the third front. The
Insurrectionist?
Halo itself.
Yeah, the Halo itself is a threat too.
Yeah, why did I say insurrectionists?
I'd also say that in the book, the only time... Well, you only see this character in the book, but Major Silva, the ODST guy, was kind of nuts. He wanted to load up Truth and Reconciliation, because you don't see it in the game, but he captures the Truth and Reconciliation. It's loaded up with all kinds of alien tech. And the Flood. Like, yeah, we'll use the Flood against the Covenant, because that's not going to backfire on us.
Yeah, I'm sure the Flood will be used. That'll work just fine, using the Flood against the Covenant.
Obviously, that universe has never heard of Weyland-Yutani.
Yeah.
Building better worlds.
Exactly.
And what's actually kind of cool is what happens at the very end is his second in command just straight up sabotages the ship and it blows up and everybody dies. But it's better that happens than Flood on Earth, which technically did happen in Halo 3, but still.
The Covenant glassed half of Earth just to get rid of all of them.
No, it's just half of Africa.
Yeah, just most of
Africa.
northern Africa.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Those are,
That's about 30%
That's
of
gotta
the
be-
land mass.
really.
That's gotta be a euphemism of some sort.
No, not intentional.
I will not share here.
I would plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth, yeah.
Like I said, I will not discuss it here.
How can I get off the... It's like, it'd be nice if there were some other people here. This is more realistic. It's like, if the Germans tried to invade, assuming like one ship made it across the English Channel, it'd be a guy with an STG, and it would not end well.
I mean, yeah, the SCG is a really
God damn it.
powerful weapon for World War II, but it's just one man. You would get gunned down like 2
Actually,
seconds.
power-wise, it's not that powerful. It's just really good at urban combat.
General, you lied to us.
What?
It's almost as powerful as an AKM, but one AKM in a city fight is good, but not enough.
It's better in a bolt action right now, because... Although I wouldn't mind having a bolt action, you know, long-range rifle, so I could at least shoot some of these guys.
say I'll be right back. I go and get some water.
Alright, that's it. Shit.
Gotta get a drink.
Jack and Coke. Which I've never had, nor would I have, because I tried that rum and Coke, and well, yeah, that didn't end well, because that was kind of nasty.
Rum and Coke.
You didn't have enough of one.
Jack and Coke is a little less sweet. If you're gonna go for something which isn't sickly,
Sickly, yeah.
well, sickly's sweet. I mean, you know, so sweet that it almost hurts your teeth to look at.
Oh, that I look at a lot of cakes and they make me sickly sweet. It's like, oh man, there's so much frosting and other crap on there. Why would people want that?
Yeah, if you're wanting something that's a little bit less sweet, I recommend Fireball whiskey and.
Fuck.
Speaking of Fireball whiskey, I was working at Dairy Queen.
George.
And no. But under one of the lockers, I found a mini bottle of it, completely full. Nobody had taken a single sip out of it. And I I should probably give this to my supervisor. I did, but I'm thinking I probably should have kept it.
Aww.
And also, it's a good thing somebody put this tractor on the beach, and it's bulletproof. I appreciate that.
Bulletproof tractor? Can I have one?
Come on, George, get... Haha.
Well, it certainly ain't a John Deere.
Yeah.
It is,
John Deere.
not bad.
You know, I'd love to do these planes would, like, drop some bombs, maybe. Not on me.
Man,
Drop
just,
the bottom, it's not on me.
Well, hell, dropping bombs might create craters enough for you to recover.
Now they're throwing grenades at me, and I died.
oh no. You're dead. For real this time.
This is extraordinarily difficult. Like, god damn it. Because there's a whole bunch of machine gun nests. I'm the only guy here! There is literally no one else! There is no one else! I mean, there is... This is not the most well thought out invasion. Like, I get that in 1944 most of the German army was dead by that point, but this is ridiculous. Well, they're either dead or on the Eastern Front. But,
Army.
The term Ramirez, go save the world, is coming to mind.
yeah. Ramos Strauss. That's not a real name, but we're just gonna say that's his name. I don't even have any smoke grenades. Do I have any grenades? No, I don't even have any grenades. They didn't even give me any grenades. They didn't give me any grenades. They didn't give me one other guy, you know. There's
They
these
just threw you out
constant
there and-
4-engine bombers that the Germans apparently have. But they're not doing anything. The British are just shooting me. It's not fair. British bias.
Yeah, my
Well,
throat
normally-
burns.
Normally
yeah,
I'd insert something about
What did
British
you-
steel here, but I haven't brought in anything British, genuinely 100% British, since 2004.
Well, did you get some British ale or whiskey?
No, I ended up buying before they crashed, a customized Angel LCD.
What's that?
Basically, at the time, it was
Go-
one of the highest end paintball markers.
Go ahead, General. What are you gonna say?
It's
Well,
just
they're a dead company now.
What company?
Angel, WDP Sports,
Oh.
which yes, WDP stands for World Domination Products.
You gotta let the general speak.
It's interesting.
no. I'm not even saying. All I'm doing is complaining about dying every 5 feet.
Oh.
Maybe you shouldn't. Well, maybe you should.
I'm the only guy invading all of the British Isles. I'm the only guy. That's it.
Get good.
Me.
This is
Maybe-
the shortest war ever.
John. I have an idea. Maybe you should get good.
Yeah, get good, John.
Just get good. And
Or
there's
just not
taking
play on
bullets.
veteran difficulty.
It is on normal difficulty. I don't know how you're supposed to get off this beach.
Put it on recruit.
I can do that. I have some.
Well,
Integrity.
Well, it looks like they sent their
Dignity.
recruit there. They only sent. It looks like they only sent the recruit there, so you might as well.
Hey, it could be worse. They could have been sending one singular Hitler Youth.
Oh man, that would have been horrible. Go fight for the fatherland. Okay.
Towards the motherland.
Yeah.
No, that's
that
Russia.
would've
God
been
damn
well.
it!
It's only you. You have to fight the entire war.
It's only you have to fight the entire war.
You know, I was
Yeah.
gonna say this is a controversial
It-
mod
it
because
ends up-
I'm playing as the Germans, but I'm playing as the German, so maybe it's not as controversial.
It's your man.
Maybe you're just playing. Maybe you're playing as Richthofen from Black Ops Zombies.
Talking. Nine.
He is German.
He's also very
He's
funny.
Austrian. I can't remember.
No,
What's the
he's German.
difference?
Okay, it's been a while since I played Black Ops Zombies.
What's the
That's
difference?
racist, General.
Technically, it would be because they are a different people.
Oh, the Aryan race. I get it.
What's the difference? Slightly more Prussian.
Okay, and hide under there. I have to keep shooting that same British guy by that tank multiple times. How did that? What tank is that? Does not even look like a British tank. And why is it knocked out? There's nothing here to knock it out.
I could probably tell you what that is if I saw it.
So the thing is, it looks like a smoldering ruin. It's hard to determine what the hell it was in the first place.
Smoldering ruin, that's what it is.
Okay, let's keep trying to sneak up here.
Dang it, I didn't get that guy.
Okay, I shot him. Okay, so one of those guys is down, thankfully. It's just...
ATF.
Can I save, like, in the middle of this? No, I bet I can't. No, it doesn't even give me an option to. Hide behind the bulletproof tractor.
The bulletproof cracker. What?
Leak
Tractor.
bullet.
No.
Yeah, there's a cracker. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, a
Just
giant cracker in the middle of like farmland. Just giant ass graham crack that's somehow bulletproof.
I was thinking
Don't make a s'more.
saltines or, you know. Yeah, but
That's
yeah,
just-
s'mores works.
How
Yeah,
about
lose your-
bulletproof?
you lose all your teeth.
How about bulletproof marshmallows next? And bulletproof chocolate
Yeah,
to make a
like-
big old bulletproof s'more.
You make it thick enough, and eventually it will become bulletproof.
Go over there. Ah.
Well, I guess you have a point there.
Guys,
There's like
what about-
400 of them.
Can we just get some? Just wrap it in duct tape. It'll be bulletproof eventually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ugh.
Wait, you don't like duct tape?
No, I... How are you supposed to even do this?
You're
Just
the
angry.
Ubermensch. That's why.
Nah, it's
You're
there's
a
a very
friggin'
contextual way to do this. We're just not seeing it.
Yeah. There's a
Hey,
specific
Connor.
way you're meant to do this. I guarantee. Ooh, there's our comment. Yeah.
Okay, and I gotta try to get that guy in the machine gun nest. It's a good thing. It's a good thing they give you an STG, because if you didn't have this and you just had the bolt action, you would be this would be almost impossible. Okay, he's dead. Now, can I, like, sneak up here and stay in cover? Okay,
Now
see
that I have
that guy.
the
I
most
think I got
powerful sniper in Battlefront, it feels almost insulting when I get killed by somebody who doesn't have it. It's like, whoa, a 2-shot sniper rifle, mine's a 1-shot kill. It's a 1-shot.
Oh
They have a map from the last turd.
Yeah.
But you know the map where all that red salt is? That's sort of
brought a
the
ton of
highlight
troops, but they're sending them one at a time until the last guy. They might as well be. Is that
There's
even...
also-
strategy.
Honestly, it doesn't even look like that's a machine gun nest. It looks like there's just bullets coming out of nowhere. So the British invented like the
Every
ghost machine gun.
old game. That seems like every old game. Bullets coming out of nowhere. Alright guys, we're finished. Next level. Oh, this ability always makes the room darker. I never understood that.
Okay, those literally are bullets coming out of nowhere. Because I cannot see where they're coming from. And okay, when it reloads the checkpoint, I'm right in the line of fire. So unless I react in like a second and immediately get behind a berm, I'm so dead. And I'm gonna throw my phone across the room by accident.
What was that?
Me
you
throwing my
rage,
phone across the
John?
room by accident. Okay,
She was
hide
raged.
This
me.
mod pretty much equates to you were born to suffer.
Yeah,
I'm
so...
gonna at least finish this level.
I mean,
So-
you could at least turn down the difficulty. Give yourself a chance.
It is on regular. Don't want to put it on
I said
recruit.
recruit.
I don't think it'll matter, honestly.
It probably will. You can take more damage on recruit.
Yeah, but these look like these are insta-death machine gun bullets or something. Because they're coming out of nowhere.
Maybe they're instant regular on regular, not instant on recruit.
Okay, finally kill that guy again. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it at least on something legitimate. Okay, he's got a sniper or something.
I'm sorry, but there's no way you can do that. I'm kidding.
Okay, there's the machine gun nest in there.
Hey
Yeah,
Johnny,
those guys are tired.
are you gonna make a review out of this mod?
Oh, I was thinking about it.
If you can ever get past the beach.
Will it be even more negative than the Doomslayer Chronicles?
I don't know.
Well,
Probably.
thus far it's not an arena mod.
At this point, it might as well be.
Unless I can... no, maybe not. This is annoying, but... Well, I had an idea of making an entire video on the concept of the German campaign, because I have another mod that I haven't gotten to the German campaign part yet, of the... sort of like the philosophy of having a German campaign, things of that nature.
Hmm.
Because you would never see that in a AAA game of any sort. Although, I think I've heard that Battlefield 5 is potentially going to have one. I would be very
but that's
highly
Battlefield
doubt
5.
it.
That's
Doubt
an
it.
map, though.
And Ray still
Yeah,
learns nothing.
Yeah,
Yep.
but John, that's Battlefield 5.
You're not gonna
Wait.
play that, are you?
No.
The lesson we've learned about EA is gonna EA no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
At least they haven't Mary sued Battlefront.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Robo-armed woman probably is.
Robo on woman? What?
The prosthetic arm chick that's Irish or some shit.
Irish.
Oh
And
shit,
she's
man.
got a prosthetic arm.
Imitation Irish.
Has a freaking
That did an Irish last. That's not Irish.
freaking prosthetic
Oh.
arm and has a spiked cricket bat, because that makes sense. And she's on the front lines, because that makes even more sense. Oh, it doesn't.
Wait, you
What
say
is
an
that
Irish
asshole?
chick rang?
Yeah.
Oh, please tell me.
The
Not
back
much
is
to tell
spiked.
other than the fact that, you know, in the kitchen I was the one doing the cooking because, well, don't get me wrong, I like certain Irish dishes, but some of them need work.
Please tell me you don't like haggis.
I actually do like haggis.
You like Guinness?
You like jazz.
So Guinness these days is kind of British. It started
Guinness
out
beer?
Hide.
I had a feeling.
If I get off the beach, I deserve an iron cross with oak leaves, I'll tell you that.
Out of oak leaf.
See, I can start to hear the British. That's how I know I'm gonna die, like, almost immediately.
But can you smell the British? That's the advantage.
Well, if you smell Scotch eggs, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see them
If
running
I hear
around up
somebody
there.
call potato chips crisps, I will throw a book against the wall.
Okay, that looks like there's some bullets coming out from there. I think those are people, not just magic bullets.
Magic bullet? Can I get some of those?
Shit.
Oh, I don't want that.
We don't want any magic shit, John, but I will say, I liked the review of SPV3, and I just want to kind of comment. I feel like that with Cortana, they were like going for the more Halo 4 look rather than Halo 2.
Oh.
Were her boobs kind of slanted?
I will admit, though, one thing I didn't notice until now is they did make her hips really, really big in Halo 4.
They did? I
Yeah.
gotta go back and look at thick Cortana, man.
Now that would work if, well...
Okay, there he is. I
Mario
see
and
you,
I had-
bastard.
Mario and I had a very extensive discussion about Halo 4. You may
know,
think it's
there's a lot.
65%, not as good as Halo CE, but oh boy, Mario thinks it's like negative 50%.
Yeah, I despise Halo 4.
Well, see, I think
Yeah.
for me, Halo 2 is much worse than Halo 4 because Halo 2 is just
Get out of here, die.
It's a well, okay. If it's for the multiplayer, fine. I'm sure it's great. I never played it multiplayer because
I enjoy the campaign. I don't see why it's so bad.
because nothing happens in it. It's literally a nothing game.
Rough game.
I liked Halo 2. It was-
Maybe it's because I didn't. Maybe it's because I was so young in like 2004. I wasn't expecting anything. I played it
Oh.
like much later.
Am I gonna survive?
Well, then again, you have Hidden Xperia and the Axeman saying that they
Aha!
like Halo 2.
I made it off the beach,
So there's got to be something there.
and I'm immediately getting shot. This is where I would really like a checkpoint, please.
I was about to say you made it off the beach. There needs to be Cabal-like dancing soldier scene. Thank God I survived.
Not
we
for
talking-
long though. Oh crap! Fucking grenade.
What am I being shot at? Let's see if I can find it with my binoculars. Okay, he's right.
God damn it! Don't tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me I'm not all the way back. Oh, thank you. Okay, go on.
What if you were all the way back?
I would hurl insults at the screen.
That's what
Only
we do, right?
insults? Only insults, or would we see a keyboard go fluffy?
No, I wouldn't do that. This is an
Too
expensive
expensive
keyboard.
for that.
I wouldn't do that with my keyboard because it's almost $200.
Like, even then, it's monitors are expensive, keyboards are range from not expensive to expensive. It's not worth it.
Oh, come on, that bastard didn't kill me with melee because he was already
Just-
dead.
Just use
God
a
damn it.
old like Logitech digital, well,
Don't forget the
plastic
boobs.
keyboard.
What?
What?
Logitech plastic keyboard.
Now about Cortana.
Oh yeah, all right.
Oh, hey. Yeah, that milky food scheme was funny.
What?
Milky boobs, huh?
Yeah, because
What are you talking about?
there's a
Someone was playing
game I
Mega
saw.
Notes the game.
Made that into a game.
No, basically what you do is you're a guy with it. If you look at your player model, you look like some SWAT guy with a gun that shoots milk at
What?
women on fire.
Right.
And as soon as you hit them with it, it puts them out and they like pass out from.
I have a feeling lots of drugs were involved.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds like.
Making it probably.
Alright, so now that I'm finally off the beach, I'm still the only guy, by the way. I'm the only guy invading all of Britain. Okay? That's it. I'm the only one here, and I'm being shot from somewhere. And dead. But,
They probably think you're competent.
I'm still using my keyboard from my old PC from about 8 years ago, and wait till you see the whites of their crooked teeth.
And it seemed to be the British, alright. Crooked teeth.
I don't know if that's still that bad. I think it might have been just like.
I don't think.
Depends.
Probably
The NHS has gotten quite a bit better, although my exes would argue against that.
I'm not surprised.
How many
Socialism.
exes do you have, man? Jeez.
However, I will say that I'm still currently using some old ass Gateway mouse that a friend gave to me as a gift.
As a gift. One
Yeah.
12.
Oh, that's where he must have been. Be nice if I had you know, I thought the German army had like 4 million people in it. It seems like it's like this guy must have just got pissed off Hitler, and it's like, you will go and invade Britain. You're the only one that we have. I can't do a German accent to save my life, so.
Late war budget cuts.
You will go to. You will go to Britain and. Can't do it. You know what? I'll go down.
See, like, now it almost... Okay, see, this is where, like, the Germans can almost be sympathetic. Like, they send one guy. One guy alone has to take on the entire UK. You can almost kind of sympathize with him, you know?
Yeah.
But that is something that if I get a chance to do that German campaign video, it is going to be a concept of, you know, throughout all the years, and quite rightly in many respects, we've been taught that the Germans equal bad guys. Now, obviously not all Germans Nazis, but the idea is it somehow wrong to play a German campaign? And I'm going to touch on that. I don't think it is, because it's good to see certain things from different perspectives.
Oh, you mean diversity?
Diversity of thought, the only diversity that matters.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so,
And-
it's like...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you can play as the Soviets, and, well, 30 million dead, let's not forget that. Thanks
Yeah.
to Stalin.
I think Stalin topped
That's
Hitler,
it?
actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Only 30 million?
God damn it! What killed me this time?
Although the thing is, there are actually some Nazis that defected and actually heroes. Erwin Rommel.
Oh, really? You
Heroes.
defected? Rommel defected?
At the end of it, yeah. Basically, he said, "There's only so much I can do, and I'm not willing to support this any further."
Huh. Interesting.
Crap.
Although we don't need to be doing that right now.
Rommel, the Desert Fox.
And then, you know, that is true, actually, but, an Eastern Front game, you know, bleh. My brain is still tired from working on that video. Red Orchestra is kind of like that, but yeah, it would be an interesting thing to see the German perspective of the war.
The German shit perspective of the war. Gotcha.
Eastern Front, Western Front, kind of show both.
With all of the SJWs, you know, you gotta be the good guys, gotta be the good guys, gotta be the good guys. They always forget that a very simple message. War is hell, and war does not determine who is right. It determines who gets left.
That's why it'd be nice to see.
I
And,
wish that guy was okay.
and the one thing to always remember is the guy I'm playing right now sees himself as the good guy, and the British see themselves as the good guy, and it's always interesting to see, you know, how one can feel about different sides. I'd be more verbose, but I'm trying not to... I just got off the beach, and I'm still not even up the stairs yet.
Jeez.
But it's a video I think that would be very controversial, because the idea of... one thing that... There's a book called Watch on the Rhine by Tom Kratman and John Ringo. That is a very controversial book, because in that book, aliens are going to invade and kill everyone. Kill and literally eat everyone, right? So some other aliens that are good give humanity some technology to de-age people. So in this book, the Germans de-age a bunch of old World War II soldiers, you know, SS, German army, stuff like that. And in the book, the actual National Socialists are seen as bad. The main character even had a Jewish wife. And at the end of the book, since this is, I know this is a spoiler, but no one's going to read it, so I'm gonna mention it here. He literally kills this SS guy who literally raped his wife while she was in a concentration camp. So it's not a...
Wait, what?
Yeah. So it's...
Huh.
It gets dark.
So after hearing that, you wouldn't think that the book would be somehow pro-Nazi, right? Oh man, if you look up reviews of that book, they're like, they're Nazis! It's like they're literally showing that it's bad. Okay? It's like the main character kills an SS... Now, the main character was also in the SS, but he kills another character who raped his wife while his wife was in a concentration camp. It's like, okay, if it was pro-Nazi, then that wouldn't happen, now would it?
But the thing is, no matter what you do, whether it be objectively positive or, you know, more likely, the human shades of gray, the left is going to be pissed off no matter what.
Yeah.
Shit.
You could cure
That seems
cancer,
good.
and they'll be pissed off.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that-
god, no, cancer is a
Maybe it's just a white
misunderstood
man.
disease.
I'd be pissed off if the straight white guy in his midlife does it. Like, oh, a
No, they'll be
50-year-old
pissed off
white
no
guy.
matter what. Because if, let's say a black heart surgeon, you know, stumbled on the mysterious cure for cancer just out of the blue, they'll still be pissed off and scream misogyny. They'll still be pissed off and saying, well, you should have made way for the Asian professors. If an Asian professor did it, it'd say the same thing, just with another race. It's the entire point of it is they're not really pissed off. They're just wanting to use it for wedge issue.
Nah,
Pretty much.
I'll be right back. I'm going to blow my nose.
And that's one of the things I'll cover or I'll touch on in the video is, yeah, I don't think people would be comfortable killing US or UK soldiers, but here's an interesting concept, though. If you are German or, you know, any one of the people who fought for the Axis, would you feel comfortable playing a game where you kill other Germans? That's the thing to keep in mind, you know? Would they necessarily like that because they'd be shooting their own grandfathers, you know? That's something to keep in mind. And that's something I want to cover because most people wouldn't care about that. It's like, so what? You know? But there are people there who wouldn't potentially like that, you know? And I think that's something I want to cover because it's one of those things of, you know, it's not a big deal to not have a German campaign, but it is something where people are very strong that, like, it's evil. And it's like, well, is it really? You know? But that's something going to get me in so much trouble if I try to do that. But I think I'm going to do it anyway.
Do it.
Because the way I see it, people are going to say I'm a Nazi anyway, even though I kind of like the skin color for that. Just saying. You know? Just saying. I kind of do. But it is something to keep in mind. You know, it's like... Right now, we're one lone German that evidently Hitler just marooned on the UK here. And I'm fighting for my life. You know, I kind of feel bad for the guy. That does not necessarily mean I want to shoot British troops, but, you know, that's the situation I'm in. And then I think that might be sort of the crux of the argument. You know, a lot of these guys, that was the situation they were in. It was either fight or you get, you know, conscripted into a labor battalion and starve to death. You generally don't want to do that, so it's a bad situation all around. And then that's not even getting into the concept of propaganda as well, you know. Think about this for a moment. There are people right now that see anyone from Texas as a racist. Because that's all they've been taught. So, are those people bad, or are they just misinformed? You know?
They're propagandized.
And that's where you can ask yourself, like, well, are the German troops, obviously not the leadership, but the troops, really evil? Or were they just co-opted by a toxic ideology? And if all you're taught from age 12 to, you know, fucking the grave, that this is the truth, then how much of that is you and how much of that is the propaganda? And that is something I want to point out. Now, obviously, there were a number of sociopathic troops with the German army. There was the SS WWII, where they were cracking skulls because they didn't want to waste ammo. But was your typical German line troop like that? Or, you know, is it a little different? That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Well, let's not forget the several Nazis who served, who unfortunately died. You know, you brought up conscription and starving to death. There were several late in the war which starved to death anyway because they couldn't get supplies. There's several battalions that starved to death, dying in the campaign against the Russians. See, that's not good versus evil there. That's evil versus evil.
Pretty much. Although I love the fact that you'll see all over places like Reddit that the Russians really weren't that bad. Yeah, they were. Just say they were and be done with it.
Oh, they can't, because that goes against their mentality. They have to ignore reality for the rest of their propaganda to continue to make sense to them. It's literally a existential crisis.
Yeah, people.
Their life existential crisis.
Well, no, existential crisis is basically exactly the point that Lotz has brought up. Is once you're propagandized into believing something, your whole model of reality is built on that propaganda. And when that propaganda goes away or is found out to be an inconvenient lie, you either adapt or you go insane or die. There's no in between. There's no safe ground for them anymore.
Which is very scary. And yeah, Stalingrad was a good movie. That was one of the few movies that actually made me kind of tear up, you know. And I guarantee you, if you like said that around an SGW, that means you're a Nazi. It's like, skin color, thank you. That wouldn't matter to him though.
Nah, they're like, oh, skin color doesn't matter.
Well, I thought it did.
Oh, yeah. It does to the SJW. Basically, it's the offended Olympics.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you can get offended the most. You get a gold medal in offendedness.
Air conditioner sexist. How does that even make any sense?
Oh, there was some I think there was some black woman who said, "Oh, my air conditioning machine is racist." Like,
my air conditioning machine is white, therefore it's racist.
Okay, charge out. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. God damn it! There's no way to do this. I need at least other guy out there.
These days, you literally have people complaining the newest iPhone is sexist.
How? Are they literally saying?
Too wide?
Mm-hmm. It won't fit a woman's hands, according to the whole asinine pseudo logic. I can't even really call it logic. Just, yeah. Like I say, no matter what you do, an SJW will find a way to take offense at it. You could
poop on the path
to ultimate understanding for the entire human race. You could cure cancer, end world hunger, and solve the energy and water crisis for the entirety of the world, and the SJW will find a way to be completely and utterly disgusted with it.
You solve world hunger? Oh my god, that's so racist.
Okay, I finally made it up the stairs. I had to like bunny hop up the stairs and not die. I finally made it up there.
Oh, it's so hard to hear on the other side of my neck right now because Endor is so dark right now.
And yeah, I am offended that they're offended. And hello, man with no eyes. Holy crap.
How the heck is a man with no eyes?
Hey, I got an M1 carbine. Sweet.
In the first place.
Okay, I got made M1 carbine. I've wanted one of these in real life for a long time, but just never got one because money.
That seems to be a common theme.
Well, because it's like, do I need?
Cheap.
Yeah, I found one for 400, but that's still $400. So I don't think it was a real one though.
No, the only way you're getting a real one at 400 is if you're a member of the CMP and you're lucky enough to find they have left.
That's what I figured. I think it was like a car arms or something like that.
No, well, stay away from that. Just car arms. Ooh, bad mojo.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't have the 400 for that. Actually, I think there was somebody that had like a collection of some description because there's a whole bunch of classic rifles there. Like, oh no, it's Captain Price. Sorry, Captain. He won't die. Captain Price won't die. It's like in the game. Oh, I finally killed him. Sorry, Captain Price. I didn't mean to shoot you. It's just, well, we're on the wrong side, and yeah.
He was a tough bird, wasn't he?
Well,
what bullets did he take?
It's Captain Price. You better take a few more shots than just a traditional soldier.
He took 2 mags full to the chest.
Well, you know what? He's a badass. It's like
with a trench gun. Oh, that's later.
It was only an 8mm Kurt, so if he didn't take it, I would be depressed.
So, does this mean that Captain Price, in a weird way, is kind of like a demigod in that particular instance?
Well, of course, you know what that means now, don't you?
That's Superman.
It also means that Captain Price in COD 4 won't actually exist because, well, his father or grandfather, I forget which, is now dead.
His grandfather in this case.
Okay.
Nah, you already
Created a time paradox.
No.
Somebody was
Somebody
playing Palpatine and just standing in the corner.
And I'm doing good, Tech
So I
Storm
took out
Darkvision.
my-
Just playing a mod here where you get to play as a German soldier. You're just a German that is somehow single-handedly invading the British Isles. Somehow.
German Rambo.
And I just killed Captain Price.
Speaking of this iPhone supposedly being racist, back when they
Crap.
came out with the first ability to read the face for locking the phone, there were 2 Asian women that tested it out, and the one Asian woman could unlock it with her face, of course, and then she had her friend do it and it unlocked her phone.
Yeah.
I thought, oh,
That's Raycast.
that made
Oh, it's
me
still
very
recast because it has problems with darker skin tones.
Holy
I bet they're blaming white people. Like, oh no, they make it so that's always it's gonna be not functional for us, or some bull crap like that.
Dude, Siri still has problems with thicker accents such as Irish, German as well.
Well, that's not
Really?
It really has a
racist
problem
as
with
it
Scottish.
is. Well, yeah, if you have a thick accent like that, it's gonna have a little bit of problem reading it.
If you have a Scottish accent in an iPhone and you're trying to use Siri, give it up, you're screwed. Just use any other search program.
Who is shooting at me? Where? Oh, there he is, I think. Got
I'm
him.
shooting at you with an AT-AT. You're screwed.
Now, if the British had that, it wouldn't matter, because I'm basically playing German Superman.
Say Obermensch.
The Overmonk. Oh, that Luke is dead.
I would say Blitzmensch, but I don't really like that where Wolfenstein is going now.
Well, what do you mean? I don't get it.
Wolfenstein is getting a little red.
Red?
So
Oh, red.
That's what's killing me. There's a Sherman there.
Socialist. Really?
Yeah?
I don't get it. What?
Okay, I'll let the smoke.
Wolfenstein 2.
I mean, I didn't play it, so.
Oh, just watch any of the condensed videos on it showing the cutscenes. You'll be fine.
Go, 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 go. There's nothing in here.
Which one was it where the one black guy had sex with the really?
Oh crap, no!
That's Wolfenstein
That's
2.
That was gross. I thought I was like, oh, dude, no, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I was going to mention that in the
man.
video, but it was already going on too long that they really needed to make Hitler more real. Because the big danger for old Addy, they made him a joke, which I thought was pretty dumb. The real reason Addy was such a danger was because he was a very charismatic kind of guy. And so they should have made him really kind of charismatic. Somebody that, like, BJ could almost feel like, maybe he's got a point. Maybe I'm really the bad guy. Now, see, that would have been cool, because then there would have been some nuance there. It's like, this guy really is, you know... Hey, there's some Germans, finally! It's like...
Oh, yeah.
The idea... Well,
Yeah,
okay, wait a minute. What were they just hiding? Oh, he died almost immediately. Sorry, Kessler.
Oh, no. Oh, nine.
No, but the idea is that Hitler was somebody who could convince a lot of people to do a lot of things, and that's how dangerous he really was. And if they'd have shown that, it'd be like, maybe that's why all those people followed him unto death, you know? But instead, they made him into a joke, which was kind of dumb.
He was essentially a cult leader, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
That's one heck of a cult.
Well, what's
No,
kind of funny...
It's called Cult of Personality.
And what's kind of funny is there's actually a government right now that's somewhat similar to what the Nazis were. It's North Korea.
Yep.
The SJWs would say America.
No. You're free to speak here in North America. You're not free to speak in Germany during World War II, and you were definitely not free to speak
In North Korea.
And that's the thing to keep in mind. Basically, Addy was more or less Kim Jong-un. That's basically what he was.
Actually, as bad as Jong-un is, his father and his father's father were far, far worse. Jong-un is Diet Jong-il.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I would like a diet Kim Jong-un.
But,
oh, this is not.
When you remember that Kim Jong-il had Tokusatsu director kidnapped from Japan and forced into North Korea just to make a knockoff kaiju movie.
Really?
Then you start to realize how bad Jong-un was.
See, I didn't even know about that.
Okay.
And yeah, America does have problems, but we're not even close to North Korea or anything like that. I mean, the biggest complaints a lot of people in America have is their internet's too slow. You know?
And it is, compared to, like, say, Slovakia.
Everybody just died in like 2 seconds.
In Slovakia, your earnings are much lower in the U.S., but your internet's like 5 times faster than even some of the fastest here in the U.S.
Huh. That's weird.
Or Romania, especially.
Romania? I didn't know that. Crap.
Romania's a pretty bleak place, but they have good internet.
Hey, come to Romania. We have good internet.
But also vampires.
But that's about.
I don't care.
Holy crap, that was hard, but we made it.
That's what she said.
We will conquer the British Empire with one man who has a dream. A dream of socialism. Wait, no. Oh god, I can make a horrible joke here. Hey, Martin.
Do it.
See, every time I see the name Martin, I always think of Martin Lawrence, the comedian.
Who's that?
See, that is hilarious. In the 90s, Martin Lawrence... Hey, there's Adler, who can't hit anything. You know, I guess we all are just like Hitler youth that just kind of got thrown out here, just like... And he's like, conquer all of the UK, you can do it. Because he's literally shooting the ground. Adler, you must have, like, the intelligence of 1.
A stick.
Let's see.
Sub-room temperature intelligence.
Okay, and now of course... Okay, now wait a minute. Now there's all the Germans. Okay, well, where were you when I was hitting the beach? Where were you? Where were all of you? Well, now you're all dead, so I don't feel so bad, but still. It's like, where were all of you?
Where were you?
Destroy the enemy hardpoint at the swamp. How am I supposed to do that? I'm one guy again. Adler kept shooting the ground, and Martin just sort of stared off into space. Martin Lawrence was a very popular comedian in the 1990s. He had a television show literally just called Martin.
Martin.
Yeah. I think, like, did he go crazy and try to kill somebody or something?
I don't know. He just fell off a freaking map. Hold on, I'll look it up.
I mean, you got time.
God
well,
damn.
right now I'm actually rewiring an E-blade, but I can look it up.
E-blade?
Old electronic paintball marker grip, about 2003.
I just replaced the batteries in my PDF. Or not PDF, PDA.
How do you have a PDA? What are you doing all the way back there in 2004, Granddad?
It's not mine, it's my mom's. She has like 4 of them.
Oh. No, wait, no. What are you doing all the way back in 2004, Granddad? Or future spaceman from the 23rd century? What are you doing? Because in Doom 3, you get a PDA, and it's like, I think like the 23rd century. It's either the 23rd or 22nd, I can't remember.
It's their version of the iPad.
But it's still hilarious. It's like, here's a PDA that runs on, that has discs!
Oh no, discs.
They brought back the UMD!
Holy
Hey, it
crap.
could have been a more secure means of transferring data. I mean, it just depends if there's any encryption or anything.
I'm gonna get my last place this round. This sucks.
Wow, I feel old now. Martin Lawrence is actually 53 years old.
How old are you? 12?
I wouldn't know who Martin Lawrence is.
Somehow ended up on the free lines. God damn, come on. Okay, do I have... And I died.
Some jokes. Oh, hey, I got
I'm just gonna finish this level to move on to Killing Floor, because god damn, this is hard. Come on, Martin, do something.
That's what she said.
Can it do
In
anything?
1995, Lawrence lashed out in violent rage and was hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai. May 8, 1996, he became increasingly erratic and was arrested after he brandished a pistol in the middle of an intersection in Ventura.
He what?
What did I miss?
The comedian Martin Lawrence, I'm going over some of his legal issues and health problems. He was screaming, "They're trying to kill me," yet again hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. August 99, guy slipped into a 3-day coma after heat exhaustion after jogging in 100-degree Fahrenheit weather in preparation for his mama's house.
Why?
Because he's crazy?
Well, this time he was actually just stupid. He wasn't crazy. He was wearing one of those polymer sweatsuits to lose weight.
Oh.
And
What?
In the 80s and the 90s, you could get plastic sweatsuits which are used to force you to sweat, so you could drop body weight. Problem is, if you use them in really hot environments, you could die of heat stroke real quick.
That's
Oh,
what
boy.
it's like. That's why you don't see people use them nowadays. That's why we have yoga pants. At least for females.
The
If
black...
I see yoga pants, I will puke.
Oh, and the latest confirmation of Martin Lawrence is in 2014, he's confirmed that he's got the script for the newest Bad Boys movie, so there you go.
Let me guess, he has a new script for the newest Aliens movie as well?
No. No.
Who's coughing back there?
Not me.
Come on.
Yeah, other than that, he's fallen off the map. He hasn't really done anything since 2014.
Wow. Combine 47 says, it's like the Black Knight movie with Martin Lawrence, but now he's come back as a German soldier. That would actually be kind of funny. I'd like to see that.
That would be a very un-PC comedy, and I encourage that.
Yeah.
I would
Make
love
it
that.
Make it as absurd as possible.
There's actually a...
So sexy.
There's actually a really old Twilight Zone episode like that where there's this Jewish guy who gets access to this genie, and like all of his wishes are like corrupted. It's like he asks for money, but then the government comes and takes it because he didn't pay taxes on it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, I want to be the leader, but then I can't get voted out, and I've got absolute power." So guess what?
Becomes Hitler.
Yeah.
They kill him.
They don't kill him, but then he uses his third wish to wish everything back to normal. It's actually kind of funny. Because the way the actor puts it, it's like, "No, I'm Hitler!" It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Hitler
Hitler
now,
did-
boy.
And Corey Cox says, a story of true bravery during mankind's darkest chapter. Adler, coming this summer.
God damn it.
Adler's still alive! He's shooting the ground really good.
I was getting
No,
a
he's
shot
dead
by a
now.
sniper
He's dead. Adler's dead. And now I am too.
Inside.
I got
Oh,
shot by a sniper
good.
rifle and got blown in the air like 50 feet. When
Martin, are
somebody
you
shot-
gonna do anything? Literally, I found him just cowering behind the radio. Come on, Adler, do something!
Stop masturbating back there, man.
Stop speaking some weird alien language at me. I assume it's German, but I don't speak whatever weird alien tongue you're speaking.
War.
Frequency bang bang. It's not the real
Go.
language.
Go to first.
I'm gonna finish this level, because, like, I don't care how hard it is. It's actually pretty fun, but way difficult. One of the things that's kind of funny is, there's a hilarious post on, I forget which subreddit it was on, what it was on, but it's like, if they're gonna put in a German campaign, they have to die all the time and not ever win. Well, there you go! Here we go, we got it.
Mission accomplished. We did it, Reddit.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Calm down, Stalin. I don't think I've never heard of that. It's because there's one, I don't even know what tank that is. That looks like a T-55. Why do the British have a T-55 and I've got a rifle? And Adler's dead. He's dead.
Oh shit! The guy shot me through the ship.
Well, don't let him shoot you through the ship.
And I have no smoke grenades. I've got 4 frag grenades, that's it. And they're now throwing grenades at me again.
I got somebody earlier.
Bunny jump. And hide! Hold here until reinforcements stop. Oh yeah, because I'm going to be able to do that.
Dossing is not illegal, is it?
Probably it is. It's immoral.
That's not illegal. What are you talking about?
Fucking German? No, these aren't Germans. Fucking British, you know? I thought so. I thought we fought a war against it. Oh, wait. This is impossible.
I got so pissed because they were hitting me from impossible angles, so I just dossed them.
No, you don't want to do that.
No? Okay,
No.
I won't.
You gotta be a bigger person than that.
I've only done it once.
Once is...
Saving Private Adler.
Yeah.
Is once too many times.
May rest in peace.
It's like, the second you... This is not an easy mod, I'll tell you that. If you want a challenge in COD 2, here... Shit! Here you go! Here you go!
You want a challenge in COD? Shit. Here we go.
Here's your challenge. You think COD 2 is too easy? Well, Adler didn't even get a chance to shoot the ground, you know? I'm sorry, Adler.
You say that somebody's going to end up loading this up on a laptop and playing it on the toilet.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You know what?
I
feel
swear-
like I shouldn't ask.
Why, are you gonna go ahead and play it on the toilet, Rain?
No.
I said Rain, not Vulcan.
Volk.
No, because honestly, if I'm going to the bathroom, that's exclusively my goal. I don't bring in a cell phone, I don't bring in anything like that. It's just get in, take care of business, wash hands, get out.
I'll sometimes play solitaire.
You play solitaire when you're on the dump.
Yeah, why not?
The bog.
Yeah, no.
All quiet on the Adler front.
Especially quiet now saying he's dead.
Inglorious Adlers.
Inglorious Adlers, good god.
There he is.
Bastards or something?
Yes. Now, of course, I'm playing a German soldier with an M1, which, from what I've heard, they enjoyed those in addition to the M1 carbine. I've always wanted an M1 as well, but once again...
If you ever win
I
the
don't know
lottery...
if Trump will allow the ones being brought back in from the Philippines, but they're more common. You can get those.
Of course, you know the one I want's the one that's expensive, though. An actual
Rockola?
Springfield.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, if you're asking for Rockola, good luck. I only know of 3 in my area, and they aren't going for cheap.
No, I'd want the either the Springfield or Winchester, but I would be perfectly happy with just an H&R.
General has expensive tastes.
Exactly.
We all know this. Oh,
I actually know somebody who does have a, I think like a 42 vintage Springfield, or I know it's a 40s vintage Springfield. The lucky bastard!
Shelby has one, and it's actually quite nice, but...
Hey, General. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Rainy.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, the irony of me dossing that guy is he joined the game back like 10 minutes later. I was like, damn it.
Well,
But he had an aimbot. He had an aimbot.
And I would report him normally and find another server.
I did. But he ended up getting banned anyway.
so there you go. And you can feel good about yourself afterwards. And what about the M1?
This is on EA Battlefront 2.
Well, yeah.
PC, yeah.
The
there were
cheating
plenty of people
in
with
EA
that.
games is common.
Why would anyone want to cheat in an EA game in the first place?
would
That's
wanna
my
play an
point.
EA game.
Scumbags.
Because they're Nazis.
No, not Nazis. they're
Army of Adlerness.
Yeah, new spawn mechanic and no map. Tactic combat. You don't say. The enemy team has less than half the people that we do. So it's kind of unfair to them.
Sometimes matches like that can be good.
Well, no, EA...
Now, it's an EA game, so I'm not going to bother saying anything they're coming out with lately is good, but I remember Battlefield 2 and the original Battlefield maps, being at half strength to my opponent. Those are some of the better matches I remember.
The only game I'm looking forward that EA is coming out with is Anthem.
Oh, that's going to bomb so hard.
It is.
Generation Adler.
It looks good.
It looks good, but they've lost
Yeah.
almost all of their regular staff. They just said, I don't want to work on this anymore. That should be a big warning sign to you.
Well, I didn't.
God
pre-order
damn
this,
it!
I mean,
Fuck
Pre-order
me.
anything.
God, that guy could not hit me.
Adler down. We've now created a new meme for Adler. Come on,
Yeah,
Adler.
it's only
They're literally making memes in your honor. Do us. Come on. Go. Okay,
don't
look.
wanna
He
make-
shot like 5 shots and then reloaded for some reason.
Is this? These AI must be programmed poorly.
Come on, Adler. You can do better than just shooting at the ground. Come on, go. Go. He won't. He literally won't move because Adler is too proud to move.
Now,
Adler's too fat to move.
yeah.
And he's
When I
dead. He got
basically
shot in the
heard
head and
about
died.
Anthem, and like I basically heard like I think it's just I heard the Destiny comparison out, and I was just like, oh,
Destiny
Well,
2.
it's not going to be a BioWare game traditionally because it's
yeah,
not gonna have-
obviously.
No, I'm saying it's not because of the fact that their
Yeah, I
storyline
said
is-
obviously.
Yeah, because you're being cynical about it, and I'm not. I'm going to be 100%. Their entire storyline group responsible for writing is gone. Their lead designer is gone. The lead director is gone.
Do they just quit or get fired?
They quit. That,
Yeah, that is the
that
warning
should be a
sign.
massive set of red flags right there. It's going to be a looter shooter. I don't think it's going to be a particularly good one, and I guarantee you, after the initial review hype is over, people are going to drop off of that quicker than they dropped off of Destiny 2.
Yeah, Destiny 2 lost over half its player base in a week.
This is going to be more like Radical Heights. You'll have a really poor player base up front, and it's just going to die from there.
Please don't blow me
Destiny
up. Please
2
don't blow me
got
up.
most of its player base back, the new expansion, but the channel I Hate Everything, he basically
Yeah.
went on thing and it's just like, it's not worth it. 'Cause I pre-ordered Destiny 2. I played it for like 2 weeks. And I just dropped it.
Oh, please, a friend of mine, like, we used
Yeah,
to
what up?
play we used to play Destiny 1, and my god, that game.
That game was Destiny 1. I played the crap out of. I had like 30,000 on it. No, I didn't say 30,000, but I had a crap ton of time.
So
Well,
many
Anthem
invisible
Pro.
walls. But go on.
Anthem is going to be akin to Battleborn and how quickly it falls.
Well, which one was it? Battleborn or Paladins that was like rocked by Overwatch?
That was Battleborn.
Right.
Although Paladins did fairly well, but they screwed their own pooch. They could have survived even though they are a blatant knockoff.
Well, Paladins came out first.
Yes, it did, but the thing is, they based their secondary designs, basically what the characters were to what they are, off of archetypes, off of Overwatch.
Come on.
And
Come on.
compared
Come
to what they
on.
were,
Come
they
on.
could have
Come on.
survived
Yes!
fairly well.
Bergman, how's it going? Sorry. I finally got here alive. Come on, Bergman. We can do it. Wait, don't go out. Don't leave cover, Bergman. Bergman, no! Bergman, you idiot!
Oh, I thought you were talking about somebody in the chat.
No.
Well, Bergman went down faster than Battleborn did. Oh, topical.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's pretty
hot.
fast.
Okay, this is just impossible. There's a tank there. They don't give me any anti-tank weaponry whatsoever. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
They don't give you a Panzerfaust?
Nothing. It's like these magical Germans just keep teleporting in, but none of them teleport in with anything I can use. Look at all that! 4 grenades! 4 grenades! How much? And if I get up to run, dead.
God damn, where the hell does this guy keep coming from?
I actually thought about playing Paladins for like a grand total of 5 seconds. I even installed it, but never played it. And then immediately uninstalled it because I didn't care. Thus
It wasn't
ends the story.
bad, but it got worse. It got so much worse.
Mm.
I quit console because of my gaming PC. My console friends want me to come back. It's like, it's not worth it, honestly. My PC is so much better.
Back when I still had friends that were on both PC and console, I used both. I would still use both if I knew anybody that had a console or an Xbox 360, and I still had Xbox Live, which I don't anymore. But when I used to, but I would literally.
Is a lack of exclusivity.
What?
Well, back in like 2010 through 14, literally I would have like play PC games with some people and then play console games with others because not everyone had a PC that could actually play, you know, everything. And you know, the perfect console shooter, Modern Warfare 2 and 3, you know, that was something that I'd play exclusively on a console. And then of course there was Halo 3 as well. The only Halo game I ever played consistently multiplayer.
Yeah, it's the thing. You remember those games, and here's the rub of them. Most of them were exclusive to that console. It was a style of play which worked for that console. We don't see that anymore.
No, because people get pissed off if there's console exclusives now.
It wasn't any different back then. People were still pissed off it was console or PC exclusive back then.
Like, a lot of people were pissed off that Halo was only on Xbox. Just like, oh, you know what? Too bad. You guys got other stuff.
You get PO'd about it, but it moved systems, and that's the whole reason why consoles sold. Is because it was something you couldn't get anywhere else.
I'm not giving up yet. I'm gonna finish this level. I've made it off the beach. How long have I been going? Only 2 hours. Most of which was taken up by Halo. I can take this. This is not very fun. Like, I get that. I think I know what the modder's trying to do. It's like, this is real war. And yeah, I get that, but it's not fun.
It's not fun. But, and, what's the other word you used?
I don't know.
I think it's just only, maybe.
No, there was no one.
Well, Bergman just bought it. No, Bergman's still alive. Come on, don't get out of cover, Bergman.
Yeah.
I think it was a challenge or something like that.
No, Bergman's still alive. Oh, Bergman's dead. Oh, well.
Oh, no, he's a dad.
Finally, I killed that bastard.
Okay, what am I supposed to do about that? If I go out there, I am dead.
You stay there, you're dead.
So, yeah.
You just die. You die. That's the quote in your video game nerd.
You die. You die.
You can die.
Okay, there is no God mode. Oh, wait, unless I turn it on.
I don't know, walk out in the middle of the combat.
No, it's
That's
not.
one thing I'm surprised shooters haven't done. The Lazarus shooter, where you basically, you know you're going to die so many times, but you're reborn directly on that spot. Try to come up with a new way to beat it.
Okay, I'm still kind of alive. I got a rifle that actually has a scope for once. And yet I'm shooting the ground. Hey, Bergman's alive again! Come on, why is this not... Oh, it's not going to hit it because I keep hitting the ground. Bergman, don't go out there. You're just going to die again.
Birdman.
I think some side scrollers do that, where you come back to life immediately where you died.
Yeah, but there's actually a gameplay dynamic there that can be done. I mean, okay, think of Battlefield. You got basically a push from the enemy. You die. Okay, well, they've rolled past you. You're now behind enemy lines and you're alive again. You can use that to your advantage. Create it like a storyline, like you cannot fully die. You can appear dead.
I think my PC almost overheated.
That would be kind of neat. If it did that, it'd probably have some kind of a warning beep for you.
Well, no, I could smell something burning.
That's not good.
That's really not good.
That's like the opposite of successful.
It shouldn't be buffering. The internet should be working fine. Admiral Wars, episode Martin, Revenge of the Bergman.
What?
No, that's not coming from my PC. Where is that?
The upload
Maybe
bitrate
it's
is
bad.
turned down. I don't know what it would, why it would be doing that. Now, the internet here isn't that amazing. AT&T does not work like you'd want it to. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I'm so fucked. No, I'm not. I'm still alive.
Where's that coming from?
Fucking British. And fucking
Oh, it's
tea.
because the furnace has.
Hey, we're all socialists here. Why can't we all just get along? Right?
Said no one ever.
Well, you're fighting against the British. I don't think that they're. Oh wait.
I mean,
Never
come on.
mind.
We'll let you keep the NHS. We swear.
Was it? No, I didn't even know what was.
I mean, sure, it makes our stuff look bad, but whatever. Or, no, our stuff look good, I should say.
I just melted some plastic onto my PC. That's nice.
Ew.
How'd you manage that?
Because the where the air circulation comes out, it comes out the top and the back, and then there was some like thin plastic thing here, and I melted.
Get yourself a good laptop fan, you know, to go underneath it.
Yeah, fuck me, fuck me!
This metal is. Oh my god! I can't even touch it. So what?
Sorry, John, but I don't really swing that way.
Hey, that's Raycast.
How is that Raycast? That's
Sex ass.
Yeah, there we
no,
go.
that's not even Sexcast. That's more Ho-cast.
The Ho-cast, huh? From Pornhub. Livestream porn. I think that actually exists, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably
It's
does.
actually under maintenance today, believe it or not.
You want to know what Adler title you can come up with? Oh god, don't put me on the spot.
We just did.
Schloss Adler.
Schloss.
List.
That's the castle that. That's the castle that that I think. Well, I don't think it technically did, but it seems that it had to be an inspiration for Castle Wolfenstein because there's a movie called. Oh god, I can't remember the name of the movie now. It's a very famous World War II film with Clint Eastwood, and they have to go to this castle, and I forget what they do there. But ultimately, what ends up happening in that film is Clint dual wields MP40s.
That was burning.
Ew.
I think Clint Eastwood is supposed to. I think Clint Eastwood really did inspire BJ to some extent. If you compare his World War II films to Clint, yeah, to Where Eagles Dare, that's the one. To BJ.
Oh, that can be confirmed.
So my CPU got up to 136 degrees Celsius, but that's...
Don't you mean
So,
Fahrenheit? If it was Celsius, it would be melted by now.
Well, it says it says Celsius. All
Oh.
this stuff just says Celsius. I don't know why though.
You need to get yourself a vent pad for your laptop.
It's not a laptop. It's my PC.
Then you need to get a better cooler. I would suggest something by Thermaltake or Cooler Master.
Yeah, I should probably get that.
The
It's-
Cooler Master.
Huh?
Cooler Master Hyper Evo is what I use. Good for keeping those temps down.
Yeah.
I was told I should probably invest in better cooling by
I'm
a friend of
using
mine.
an old Hyper T4 myself, but
You should invest in Bitcoin.
Esterwood? No, the
Oh, that's
actor.
a bad idea right now.
Well,
Shit.
I feel it's always been a bad idea to invest in Bitcoin.
No, when I first did, it was actually a good idea because it was about it was parity of 25 cents to 1 Bitcoin.
Really?
The thing with investments is you have to get in before things get big. If you try to do it afterwards, you're just gonna lose your shit.
Fuck, 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 fuck! Get down! No!
Oh,
Ah. Okay, one more time. One more time. Then I'm saying fuck it. I might not review this. I might just do the German campaign and back to front, which should hopefully be easier, because this is fucking ridiculous. I do not know what I'm supposed to do here. Ironically, if I bunny hop, I'm fine. If I try to walk normally, I die. A lot.
I'll put it in questions here.
Well, don't walk normally, John.
So, Rain, this is what it says on a program called Stuffy.
Okay, destroy the enemy hardpoint at the swamp. So, how am I supposed to do that? You know what? I'm just fucking just bunny hop and just wander around here and go. Yeah, I'm gonna bunny hop and die almost immediately.
Okay, yeah. Let me find a good cooler for you.
I've never had that problem before.
It's okay, it happens to everyone. Oh, wait, what?
Understand you're running a new CPU. It's
I don't know. Thermal paste is starting to wear out.
Thermal paste generally doesn't wear out too quickly, although if given the excuse, go ahead and get yourself a bottle of Arctic Silver and along with a good cooler. I'll search for you for a good.
Okay, I'll need to have a friend of mine to come over and install it.
No, you can do it yourself. It's not
Well,
hard.
Combine 047, I technically killed Captain Price, so yeah. Oops. I mean, for the fatherland.
Usually, you just get like a coffee filter and some rubbing alcohol, wipe off the paste, and then just put like a drop in the middle and press it on there, and usually you're good to go.
Yeah, I use a microfiber
go ahead.
towel instead of the coffee filter.
Go ahead and put some
There's
nitrogen in there.
There's YouTube guides that'll help you.
Yeah, there's plenty of guides for that. What size case do you have?
I'd have to look at the box.
Fuck me. Shit.
I use a liquid
How
cooler.
big
It
is
works
it?
well enough.
Actually, I can do that right now.
Alternator
You just
2
tell me how big
per
it
day.
is. Like, how wide is it? And I can tell you what size case it is, just from the width and the height.
Okay, here's something really annoying. Hold on, before you get into that, I just want to mention something. Okay, now, if you look at the stream, I'm actually surviving better by literally just bunny hopping. I got further by bunny hopping than anything like staying in cover or shooting enemies. By just bunny hop.
The old Quake rules.
I don't think it was my computer because I saw that.
Oh wait, what did you say, Psycho?
Stop calling me that. Second of all,
Yeah, Psycho. What'd you say?
I was about to say, like, I'm doing better by bunny hopping before you die.
Yeah, they got further, so the old Quake rules apply.
Shit.
To be fair, this engine is a modification of a modification of Tech 3.
This one, no, it pretty much is baseline Quake 3 code. The only thing that's been altered has been the render. The source code, or even modern.
I thought that was for COD 1. That was basically Tech 3.
Yeah, all of the COD titles, except for the renderer, are essentially in Tech 3.
Come on, Lotz, fuck him up.
And that explains why Black Ops 3 on Xbox 361 actually had a glitch that I don't know if they ever patched, where if anyone talked in game chat or dev chat, your game would lag.
Yeah, it's
What?
the exact same.
Yes.
Unchanged id Tech 3 code.
Yes, well, you heard that conversation. You heard that right. Black Ops 3 on Xbox One. I don't know if this was ever patched, but if someone talked in game chat or death chat and they weren't in your party, it would cause your game to lag.
How?
Dude.
That doesn't make it. How?
I'm not even lying.
Okay, so it's a mid-tech tower.
Fuck.
Come on, Lotz, use the site.
I made it all the way to the house once. I've literally just got a bunny hop, you know, and get lucky.
Come on, we all have to cheer him on. You gotta encourage him. You can do
Adler.
it.
Adler's dead. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in an Adlerless world. And Steinhauer.
We do.
Shit. See. Alright, see you, Tech Storm. And I've actually thought about doing some haunted location visits. However, I just don't know when I'd work it in. And I'm always afraid that something would follow me back from whatever haunted location I was going to, because there was a TV show to that effect that always freaked me out. It was a TV show from when found footage was new, and what happened in that show is this guy went to this haunted place, and it was not a real thing. It was literally just a horror TV show kind of thing. Like, went to Jamestown, right? And, like, this spirit folded back to his house and tried to kill him. It's like, it's always kind of creeped me out.
There's a movie about that called The Entity. A ghost literally rapes a woman and she tries to move and it follows her.
Oh yeah, I have a good.
Well, that's creepy.
Well, yeah. Point.
Oh, anyway, I found out it wasn't my computer, because it's the first time we're using the heater since last week. It'll.
The dust.
It's the dust, yeah. So it was not my computer.
Heater?
Our heater's busted too. We gotta get it fixed before winter time.
Heater?
Well, you don't have a,
what is
you
this?
don't have a furnace, General?
What is this heat you speak of? I thought it was naturally occurring. God damn it!
Texas, so whatever.
Let's see. What's the
He
heater
looks
set?
like he looks for cooling.
What's the heater set to? It's 78 degrees outside, but I'm actually still kind of sweating a little bit.
It's like 40 for us. Hey, I'm
It's still 80 here.
Get on my level.
Get on
Outside.
the
Are
north.
these
Outside,
enemies,
it is.
are these enemies spawning in?
I don't know. Fuck me. Fuck me.
Stay in the cover and terminate them?
No, because they'll keep spawning, or I'll get killed.
Well, that was my thing I was asking, but okay.
Milky kitties.
How the hell did you join Rage?
He's been here for.
I've always been here. You just didn't notice me.
Bunny hop.
Wait, somebody's voice got really good.
Briar Rabbit.
Boing, boing, boing.
Hide
Hey,
me
Ray.
now.
Again.
Yeah, Lotz. You're the tricks rabbit, and the goal is to get the end.
All for a bowl of cereal. That's the whole
Kill
pod.
all the children.
Kill everyone for a bowl of cereal.
Hey, you know what?
Hey,
We're
so-
conquering the
yeah.
UK for cereal, even though that's technically an American cereal.
What
I
cereal is it?
remember that Got Milk commercial where he finally got his tricks, but he was out of milk. That was great.
Of course, if I was that rabbit, you know, I'd be like, I'll fucking eat it, you know, fucking dry. I don't care. It took me 40 years. Shit! Fucking asshole shot me in the fucking back.
Oh.
No
that's
tricks
not
for
good.
you.
You should probably put it on recruit then, if that's the case.
Someone, Bobby Mackey's. Never heard the name. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want no fucking spirit following me because I don't have a proton pack.
Yeah.
Proton pack.
Lotz, don't think, just shoot.
Don't
It
shoot
just
this.
occurred to me that we had not had a proper test for our equipment.
Fuck me.
I'd rather not.
I'm gonna finish this level and then I'm never playing this mod again.
My
Is
parents.
it
didn't
painful?
Yes.
Obviously.
My parents didn't believe in toys. You never had a Slinky? I had part of a Slinky. That was from Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
great.
Oh, that movie. Huh.
Hold on.
That thing.
Hey, Ghostbusters 2 is great.
It's debatable.
It's not as good as the first one, but you know what? It's not as bad. Look, let's put it this way. People make Ghostbusters 2 sound like it's...
Hey, idiot. It's better than the new one, okay?
Well, not just that, but it's not like episode 1 levels of shit.
That's like saying burnt pizza is better than cancer.
It is, though!
You cover...
Both
Because
are
it's
bad.
still edible.
Both are bad. It's just how bad do you want to go.
It's still
Willing to
edible, the
accept
burnt
levels
pizza.
suck, then that's on you.
Okay, so you guys are making terrible jokes here, so here, I got
Jeez,
one.
I was just quoting a line I liked from Ghostbusters 2 from Egon.
How do we
Jeez,
go from Ghostbusters 2 to talking about cancer?
Because they were talking about
That's
fuck,
what
fuck,
Ghostbusters
fuck.
is.
Hey guys, what do you call a cheap circumcision?
Oh,
No.
what?
Oh god.
No, we don't.
What'd you say?
No?
What do you actually say, though? I didn't even hear.
What do you call a cheap circumcision?
We don't want to hear that.
I'm not gonna.
Dennis said
I'm not gonna. Skyler.
Is it gonna like be like punching your mom in the jaw or something like that?
No.
Oh. Because that was a funny joke in the trailer. Spoiler.
Come on!
Seeing him rage is funny.
A PDF file.
You know, female Ghostbusters would have worked had there been 4 Ghostbusters, 2 female, 2 male. If you want to really push a feminist message, I always say this: If you wanted to push a feminist message, make it the daughter of Egon, who's the leader, and there you go.
I thought the remake was okay.
Here's the thing, you don't have to push a feminist message.
A lot of people actually said. A lot of people said it lacked focus as well.
If you're gonna have a strong female character, have a strong female character. We had plenty of them in the 80s.
My problem with the
Ripley.
Ghostbusters remake is that they do a lot of improv humor. They let the improv go on just too long, so the joke gets ruined.
What jokes? There was nothing funny about that movie. I didn't laugh.
They were attempted jokes.
That's the point.
You know, but you can get in trouble if you haven't attempted anything these days. Especially if you run for Supreme Court. But anyway.
I attempted to talk to someone before. They accused me of rape.
I attempted to eat a cheeseburger. I was killed by...
I attempted to eat some french fries. I got food poisoning.
Oh, so you're eating McDonald's, huh?
No, I don't eat... No, I don't eat McDonald's anymore. No, I'm not into that. Shut up.
We don't know that.
Hey, that's
It sucks because I thought...
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know that? I said I'm not into it, not him.
Hey, that's transphobic.
Yeah, let me... Get that shit out of here.
Hide
Miss
me.
me with that gay shit.
Miss me with that shit.
God damn it! You know...
Or did you die? Or did you die by a grenade?
There's a tank. I have to cross this tiny little strip of land. Well, Adler's dead again. You know what? I'm glad you're dead, Adler. In fact, I'll just teabag your corpse. How about that?
Question, John. This is supposed to be an invasion, right?
Yes.
That's not much of a teabag as much as I'm going to stick my balls in your face.
I just... God damn.
I think he learned his sex from Tommy Wiseau, and it was just his belly button by his mouth.
Well, he is German, so he might just be doing it. Come on!
What tank is that?
The way you sound angry, it's hilarious.
That's me not wanting to yell where people can hear me. That's the thing. Because there's other people that live here, and I don't want them to hear me.
Jeez.
Oh,
Do you live with yourself, or...?
No, I'm still... Yeah.
What'd he say?
Grandparents.
Family.
That way I can assist them with certain things.
Oh, you should have your grandpa on a guest, like a guest video.
That'd be cool, but he'd never do it.
Hang on, popcorn's last.
Shit! I'll say in a minute. That tank...
Lotz, you should grab a pillow and scream into it when you get pissed off. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that's just a rip-off of the ABGN, though.
Just on a live stream, see some guy grab a pillow and go...
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, get over there, yes!
Oh, you almost got killed by that grenade. That's a Covenant turret.
I thought you said it was a Covenant tank. It's like, the Covenant? No wonder I'm dying all the time. I'm using World War II technology.
Weird. That would be hilarious. A World War shooter suddenly Halo.
No, no, no.
Someone make that a mod.
No!
Too.
Go on.
Sadly, it won't work.
How would you know?
Simple, because the engine for COD is a lot different than the source code for Halo.
How would you know? Kidding.
Hey Jonah, you should have your grandpa walk.
So you want me to break out a whiteboard and explain to you?
It probably helped me understand.
Oh, speaking of whiteboards, back when I was in grade school, I thought it was cool to have your own little whiteboard, and I had like two of my own little whiteboards with a bunch of those markers that went with it. I thought it was cool for some reason back when I was in grade school. I thought it was cool for having that.
Well, you know what? That's still better than what some kids do, where they literally just eat their own snot, so...
I mean, some kids eat glue, so...
So yeah, actually being intelligent, that's
I'll
not...
never get past that. Yay.
Hey,
Yeah.
cheese is delicious.
Yeah. Okay, come on.
If you eat glue, then you probably have deficiency of some kind of...
Come on, come on, get over there, yes! No! You fucking... Go on.
My favorite exotic beverage is glue.
Oh, there's a rocket launcher right in front of you, where you died.
It always starts out with glue and then it turns into bone marrow.
I wonder what the resolution was for Xbox.
Probably was not very good.
Probably 144 pixels.
Okay, hide me.
I'm actually gonna look that up.
Yeah, I would say the Halo engine's better than the in Tech 3. Okay, there is a rocket there.
To be fair, Tech 3 makes every game into the Dark Souls of that.
I just told you that, General.
I know. Much appreciated. And I missed. It's like 2 feet away and I missed.
I missed. It
What if
flew
you
way
miss?
up.
I won't. You did, Chief. Now we're both splattered on a ship. You know, that's a really cool scene, and the song that plays is good. However, that's a really stupid thing that the Chief did in Halo 2, where he gonna give the Covenant back their bomb. He had no way of steering that, and he should have hit that ship so hard that literally every bone in his body was crushed.
Well, what about the gel side of his armor?
That shouldn't have mattered. But whatever, it was cool.
For a Brit, he flew pretty good. That was one of my favorite quotes from Johnson.
Ooh.
Now, why exactly the British have a scoped Mosin, I don't really know. I mean, yeah, I guess... Now, remember, the only alternate history part of this is invading shortly before D-Day. Where did they get the scoped Mosin?
How are you still surrounded? Are you like the only German troop ever?
Yes.
It's like one man single-handedly killed.
Come on, Lotz,
half
don't
the
die.
Army.
Okay, so you know what I figure? Okay, the reason why the Germans win and take over the UK is like, this one guy fights so hard that they literally feel sorry for him and just say, okay, now you're king of, the new king of Britain.
Guess I'll die. It's just that old man. It's a picture of an old man that has his hands up saying, guess I'll die. You guys know what's going
Yeah.
Fuck! You...
Oh, coming out of the goddamn walls.
Antifreeze person. Oh, the Frenchies seem to like it. But, you know, there's a clip from a movie that I'll never forget. Because I only saw it as a kid, once. But I never forgot it. Hulk Hogan, he gets frozen, and literally somehow he's able to unfreeze himself by literally drinking antifreeze. And I just loved how he said it. It's like, antifreeze. It's like, you know what kind of movie you're watching when a scene like that happens? Just saying.
Pretty cheesy.
Suburban
Yeah,
Commando. And then the
That first
Autobots
one-
come to save the day.
Looks like it's from the 90s.
Oh crap, I'm stuck on a wall. No, I'm not. I'm gonna finish this level. I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna shoot all the British. I mean, help all the British. There we go. I'm gonna help them by giving them a new
Key to
life.
success is not getting shot.
Yes. Oh wait, is this helmet? Oh, it's... Okay, so I found this helmet on Etsy for only 180. But it's a
Be
cool-
careful what you search for on Etsy.
Yes, we need not repeat that. You know, like,
Just
go
a
on.
warning.
501st Legion one that I really want to get. I could get it right now if I wanted to, but I have to pay an $80 card bill for my dad.
Yeah, you'd probably
I'd
rather
recommend
pay
Cargill.
bills than not. Now you
Well,
know.
I have a
You can make a 501st helmet. I mean,
I have
worst comes
a-
to worst, you can go to a hardware store, get almost everything you need for a vacuum pump table.
I mean, I have one of those Captain Works helmets that they made for the Clone Wars cartoon. And there's a tutorial video somebody made where they actually made it into like whatever. I don't remember what core it was, but it was the one that had the red. But I saw they changed it into a Mark 1 clone.
If I can find decent enough work, I'll get back to the spotlight.
Yeah. I mean, I could send it to you, see if you can do it for me.
Like I say, as soon as I can get decent enough work to actually pay for building another vacuum pump table, yeah.
This is for 3D printing. There's a $35
Fuck.
pattern.
Okay, it's 3D printing, which I gotta get from anyway because.
There's
Tetsuo.
Way. but still, for most of the 501st stuff, they do vacuum forming of all the plastics and work from there.
Oh, somebody 3D printed. It looks so shiny. It looks so good. If I had a 3D printer, I would still make this right now.
Okay, well here's the thing with 3D printers.
Shit!
Even the expensive ones, you're still gonna have
Tetsuo!
so you're gonna be doing a lot of line sanding and a lot of Bondo filler.
Is
To
this
get
the
that
whole
70
armor?
appearance, you
Yeah,
have
it
to
is.
sand a lot. That's why vacuum forming is so important to the 501st.
Now, like, out of context, it'd be like, that's why vacuum forming is so important to the 501st. It's like, wait a minute, what? It's like,
That sounds a bit
501st,
sexual.
Vader's fist. We love vacuum forming. Well, how do you, like, Vader makes us pay for these things, okay?
Vader's fist. You're secretly getting fisted by Vader.
There's no secret when a 501st comes down. They come in loud.
Oh yeah. I love how the clones just come in episode 2. They do the same. They come in loud. It's that everybody's about to get killed. And you know what? Oh, I'm just arrived.
Yeah, see, that was actually pretty cool. That's where episode 2 kind of redeems itself in the last 5 minutes. Because when the clones show up, it's like, Star Wars? Not shitty Twilight-style crap. Even though Twilight wouldn't...
501st on the ground
Actually-
now. This 501st, you're all under arrest.
Fuck.
No, it was. Remember, it came out before Twilight, so it'd be a cheesy Harlequin, novel.
That's true. God, that was horrible. It's like, even if Hayden Christensen was a better actor, it wouldn't have helped.
No. See,
Actually-
episode, if he didn't talk, just the way he was doing the stances and stuff like that, it would have been fine. Because the choreography was great, and
There's
then
actually some movies where Hayden Christensen's actually a good actor, so
But they are...
Kind of forgot that the movie was about, wars amongst the stars,
well,
an intergalactic civil war.
Conflict in space. A space
Yeah.
conflict of some sort.
all
A
6 of the
star
movies.
war, if you will.
Yeah.
Star Conflict 2.
Big ball of gas con.
Don't.
That would be
Just-
Taco Bell Wars.
So, like, Michael Moore?
Ugh.
What?
of course the prequels even made Natalie Portman not do great acting, so can't blame the cast.
Well, Natalie Portman's not really doing much anymore.
Outside of being in Thor, and I think she's out of that.
Yeah, she in the thing, they basically said she broke up with Thor. So,
Yeah, that was great.
She's the love of my life! And then between the movies, it's like, yeah, well.
Ragnarok was amazing.
oh yeah. Basically, no, right. Infinity War basically made him one of the most powerful Avengers out there. Stormbreaker.
It's Thor. He's supposed to be one of the most powerful. He's a freaking god.
Oh, I know that. Well, I know. I was
Hey, wait, is that another Captain Price? Did they, like, clone him? Yeah, it is Captain
Now we
Price!
know now we know how the British won
Yeah.
the war.
Yeah, that's why the British won. Freaking Captain Price.
It was just a fake knockoff, because he went down after 2 shots from the Brin gun. Is that another Captain Price?
It was his cousin, Captain Cost. Or
There's
Special
another Captain
Cost.
Price. Oh man, he's taking an entire magazine of I literally emptied an entire mag of Brin
Captain
gun
the
into
Price
him.
is right.
He's still alive.
Captain, the Price is right.
The price is wrong.
Right, the price is wrong, bitch.
I'm actually gonna make that joke in the Clive Barker. What the hell was that?
Oh, what?
Huh?
Oh, no
I
way.
heard some random sound in real life. In the Clive Barker, not Jericho, Undying in the review. I'm gonna make a Bob Barker joke just because I can.
Maybe your grandpa's in the background going to get something to drink.
No. Actually, the room he'd be coming out of is actually farther forward from where I am.
So, you go get a glass of water.
Actually, he's a big tea drinker.
Or tea, fine.
I'm talking like the strongest tea you can imagine. Like even a British person would say that it's stronger than your average American tea, at least. I was gonna make a joke about that, but
That's recast.
hide me.
No, I have never met a British person who didn't drink tea, which is insanely strong.
Wow.
Sometimes
like-
the exception proves the rule.
I got a PPSH, so I don't know why the British have one, but whatever.
You have a PP. You have a PP?
I should
Oh,
say
yeah.
hope so.
Pepper shot.
Oy vey.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's what I was getting hurt from, the barbed wire.
Barbed wire, your one weakness.
That's why it's there.
And what can I
it's
say?
only weakness. How did you know?
Dart. Freya.
She might be
Oh,
kind of
that's
stupid,
tough.
but you know what? She's very attractive.
In the picture for the figure, she has no bra. It's just her boobs out.
I can
the
get
hell?
behind that, literally. What about Irish
Yeah.
Jesus? I don't know, we'll have to see. Since you're holding
Close
that
enough.
M1, are you that German in that one part of MOH where you're at a bar and Patterson caused two drunk soldiers to fight each other? Hey, you never know. I need to review that game because I really like that game.
Oh, that's why she has nothing.
Earl Grey. It's just generic tea. I don't really know what it is. But I do know it
Is that all?
uses 4 full tea bags to make it.
What?
Yeah, that is
What's wrong?
That's the way I make my fucking tea.
like.
Is your grandpa trying to knock his own socks off or something?
Let me put it this way. Back when he was my age, he used to drink like 5 pots of coffee a day, so
God.
you gotta
Yeah, it
remember.
used to be about like that.
Coffee.
Are his teeth like dark brown?
No, you could actually. Dude, they make toothpastes which will help you get away from that.
Of course, it doesn't matter because it's not real. Because he suffered from a gum disease and had to get
No,
it replaced.
what you do is you make a cup of coffee, then you
so
put
you got a
tea
bunch of
down.
false teeth.
Yeah.
Ugh. Coffee plus tea should never mix.
Wait, what?
I said make a cup of coffee, then put a bag of tea in it.
No, that's unholy.
I've done that.
And then some sugar.
You, sir, are evil.
Oh, great. I found another Ahsoka figure.
Holy crap. I don't know how. Proceed to the Angerville graveyard. Okay, so the only way this.
Pour Coke and Pepsi in one glass.
Now you're just being contrarian and trying to destroy the world.
There was a kid who did that on a video. Coca-Cola.
The Reichman and Khan.
Yeah.
Khan! Khan! Oh, Khan's dead. No, he's still alive.
Eat some Mentos, drink some Diet Pepsi.
Now you just want to blow up everything.
Okay, I'm just gonna take the scope car 98K. Chai tea. I'm not really sure what that is. For me, I'm
Lotz is not a teologist.
honestly, you know, I'm very bad about certain drinks like that because I actually like the powdered tea. You know that? Well, I don't drink it anymore, but back in the day I would drink that. Like as a kid.
Coca-Cola Black.
What is that?
Pepsi bottle, Coca-Cola glass.
I shot Khan by accident. Khan.
Oh,
I don't know how people can drink instant coffee. It's that powder crap. Ugh.
You put the crystals in there.
Price.
Where?
He's the one who shot you.
Evidently. Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he? Like there's multiple clones of. And I got shot in the back, but he was taking like a.
I remember one time I took instant coffee, and that Carnation instant breakfast thing. Like, I'm gonna blend this. This will be great.
Oh. Your stomach hated you, didn't it?
It tasted horrible,
Smack him! Smack him! Smack him!
but I had to commit to it. Let's drink it.
Slippity, slackity, snappity, smack.
See,
I miss Coca-Cola Black. It was basically Coca-Cola and basically coffee. It's
That shit was
a little
good.
bit more complex than that. But
You know, I call it Coca-Cola Block. You know,
Coco Block.
Well, there was no C in it. It was just B-L-A-K.
Blah. Blah.
Why are we listening to Virus Spyware audio?
Yeah, what was that?
What?
That sounded
Freaking.
like a meme.
Is that coming off of me?
Sorry, I
That
was.
sounds
I
like
was watching a
Microsoft thing.
freaking funny meme.
Currently unavailable. Oh,
At first,
right?
I was like, Shadow, are you on the dark web again?
Yeah, that's not good.
oh no, not yet.
I was like, you have a virus or
He
spyware.
literally sniped me through the window. Well, I know Khan is dead now, because I saw his body.
Gone!
Is Khan a German name?
I don't know.
K-H-O-N, yes.
Because it was just spelled Khan like you'd normally see. So it's like,
No.
there was some
Finish your
movie.
sentence,
I've never seen it. I don't even remember the name, but I just remember there was a hilarious line from it because it was a compilation of funny lines. It was completely out of context, but there's a guy playing the person from the previous administration saying, "Your name is Khan and you're not a terrorist." I was like, well, I beg to differ. I mean, he stole a starship, okay? It's actually pretty hilarious. I have no idea what it's about, but it was just too funny.
The Pepsi Man meme. Pepsi Man.
It wasn't a meme. That was a commercial that aired in Japan. A series of commercials, actually.
And a video game. Let's not forget that.
Colonel Professor outburst at a student's overly loud yell.
No connection. Don't lie
Also,
to me,
it was
YouTube.
a character in Fighting Vipers, but only the
Grenade.
Japanese version.
This is a mission, Melvis, that is so horrible. Well, it's not terrible. It's actually pretty fun if it wasn't so impossibly difficult. You know,
No problem.
I mean, yeah, you know, I get that we're playing as the Germans, and it doesn't make any sense logically, but it is a very fun mission. Backing up the fighting forces never was so much owned by so few. I don't think they would have had that in World War II yet.
No.
It's not really historically accurate, but you know what? Who cares? You know, German Rambo, Jambo here, I don't think is historically accurate either.
You know what else isn't historically accurate? People running into combat without helmets.
That too.
Actually, that's been done. I don't recommend it, but it is accurate.
Well, not like Battlefield 5 is portraying it.
Okay.
Then there's a
Thing-
guy with a white on
1 and 2. I'm not making up for Battlefield 5. There's no excusing that horse hockey. It's absolute garbage. But throughout World War 1 and 2, British officers didn't really duck that much. They were very much the, I don't care if there's things blowing up around my ears, I'm going to be setting a good example for my men.
They're the Bantha fodder.
That's kind of where 40K gets its thing too. Shit! Where they will, and 40K, they're very fond of. And oh wait, seize the graveyard and take out the American garrison. Great, that's gonna be just brilliant.
That's gonna be easy.
Because like, okay, even if this happened, like, okay, they still lose. Because there's actually an alternate history book that covers that, called The Big One. I've never read it, but mainly because I've never been able to find it, because I don't think there's an ebook version of it. But it's basically where the Germans do what we're doing here, and then America builds up a bunch of strategic bombers and drops a bunch of nukes.
Well, even if the nuke was never invented, Germany could have never won World War II.
Yeah, because they didn't have enough people or anything like that. And there's actually been a number of alternate history stories I've read where they won it, which means they were able to not take over the UK, but were able to somehow win in the East.
But they would immediately fall apart.
Yeah, there's actually a particularly really dark alternate history where, like, Himmler takes control and literally just, like, kills everyone. Like, I'm not even joking. Just kills everyone. So, yeah.
Did he believe in the suicides?
I'm just posting a lot of crap and memes.
Wait, what about suicide?
Your face.
Smack him.
Did Himmler believe in committing the suicides?
In real life, no.
Okay.
Yeah, well, okay, the thing is, he did end up committing suicide, but in real life, what he tried to do is he tried to sneak out of Germany dressed as a private named, like, Sergeant Hans or something. Well, no, like, Private Hans. They figured out who he was pretty fast, and he ate some cyanide and died. Which is actually a pretty horrible way to die, too. I think, like, it takes a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's not exactly a painless death. Yeah.
So yeah, not a good way to die. Because that was Captain Price's brother. I've already killed Captain Price a bunch of times in this mod. Okay.
That's a Lazarus concept that brought up. Captain Price can't really die.
He
In
just
fact, Captain Price in Modern Warfare 2 is literally the same Captain Price. He just can't die.
Oh my god!
Captain Price probably got some disease where he can't die.
Well, there's a superhero to that effect. I think it's like Immortal Man or Captain Immortal or something like that. Okay, there was a superhero that, like, he couldn't die, but he could feel pain. So, like, if you ran him over with a car, he'd just heal. It's not Wolverine. I think this actually predates Wolverine by a few years.
Well, closest I know is DC's Deadman, but he is dead. He's a ghost.
Yeah, it's not him. He actually has, like, a body and everything. And I never would have heard of that character had it not been for that classic show that is Batman the Brave and the Bold.
Slippity, slappity, slickety, smack. I can't
Reload.
find
Reload. Oh, fuck me. Come on. Don't blow me up. Thank you. I'm going to finish this map.
I'd rather not do it.
I'm going to finish the power of the mustache. Captain Price is the Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny. Gosh, you realize how big that family has to be?
The Joy family from Pokemon?
Yeah. It's like,
It's not a family, it's a cloning lab.
It'd be better if that was the case, otherwise the mother of that family has a vagina big enough you could drive a car through.
I don't
Well, she was running the
have
legs by
her.
then.
I think she's just very, very productive. That's it.
I'm pretty sure she would have run out
She
of...
has a lot of free
Mormon
time on her
family.
hands.
Like I say,
Yeah.
Mormon family.
Oh dear. I actually came up with a.
Cameo. I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
See you,
See ya.
dude.
Hasta la vista.
Any thoughts on the
Oh,
Kavanaugh
yeah.
situation? Well, all I can say is, from the information that I've seen, the accuser has no actual credible information. It changes all the time, and I don't see that he is guilty of anything. Because, well, if you can't bring any evidence, if you can't remember what the year was, if you contradict yourself on how many people were there, if they took this to court, damn. That's all I could say on that one. But the whole thing about him not wanting to do it... Well, actually, he wanted to do another FBI investigation. In fact, I saw that specifically. But they've already done 3 at this point. I have a feeling if they were going to find something, they would have found it by now. So, yeah.
Exactly.
The initial accuser claiming, "Oh, I don't like to fly." All of her hobbies involve flight.
Yeah, I saw that too. It's like, my
That's a
god.
funny meme. That's a good
Oh no, it
she's
gets
she's
worse.
great.
It gets worse. She is on psychological meds and just went to a funeral before this case and was asked to take a polygraph test, which polygraphs do not work if you are, number 1, on any psychotropic medications, or
Yeah.
2, under any form of, life stress. And the third thing is,
Yeah, they're not accurate.
in any court of law, those tests mean nothing in any court. They're inadmissible as evidence.
Yeah, they're non-evident.
So yeah, it's a mess all around. It is total...
You want to know? Well, she passed the polygraph test, so she wants to tell them the truth. You want to know who else passed the polygraph test? Ted Bundy.
Oh yeah, Teddy Bundy.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
I could. Okay, no. Okay, I'm not gonna do
And
that.
I do feel pretty bad for old Cavi, simply because his whole life is ruined no matter what they find, and it's like...
Even if if he is innocent, which he most likely is.
This is red pilling a lot of people.
I know, it's like, the thing is, if there was credible allegations like there was with that, that guy, you know, that senator guy, I can't remember his name. I think he was, like, running for senator, and they found out, like, he showed up at, like, malls and shit. Evidently, and it's like, there was a whole bunch of people, there was corroborating witnesses, but with old Kava, there wasn't anything. It was just, even the people that were supposed to be there said, yeah, he wasn't there, you know.
Yeah, it's essentially, as much as I hate to say this, I've got to agree with Tim Pool. We're in a cold civil war right now.
And I find that funny because I don't think he's like, I've seen some of his videos, I don't think he's really like red-pilled, so to speak.
No, he's incredibly naive.
So
how are we in a cold war?
Cold civil war, there's a difference. Cold war is basically going against each other without the auspices of being public about the violence. A cold civil war is a case of you have a nation divided, willing to go at each other's throats, and willing to do almost anything shy of bombing and or heavy artillery. That's what we're in right now.
And sometimes not even that, because there was that idiot who shot up that...
Steve Scalise,
yeah. It's like, that's scary. I don't think it's going to get that bad, at least not anytime soon, but it is...
Scalise?
But that was the only one they did, so... God damn it!
Everybody else seems to forget Steve Scalise. People here in Louisiana don't, because he's from here.
Oh, he is? I didn't even know where he was from. Yeah, they buried that fast.
They had to.
Because he was one of the things, like, when it comes to, this has nothing to do with, well, it does and it doesn't, because the guy who shot up that particular ball game was a Bernie Sanders supporter. Now, if you support Bernie Sanders, I don't think you're a terrible person or anything, but you need to know who you're supporting, though. Because Bernie Sanders is on camera saying that he thinks food lines are great. That's just something you gotta remember. So, you know, I get that there's people that think
the wool socialist.
And so, you know, I get why some people think he's great. You know, it's like, oh, he'll help out this way. No, not necessarily. Don't get taken in by propaganda. That's the thing. Just look at what they say. That's the thing. That's all you gotta do. Don't look at what people say. Just look at what they say. Because I'm not going to tell you what to think or what to believe. I'm just going to tell you the evidence as I see it. Well, that's a major accomplishment there, Jacob. You're the entire entire country of Canada. So, well, can I have some of those cheap SVT-40s, please?
What'd he say in Canada?
No, he says he's Canada.
Oh. He is Canada. That's amazing.
Can I have some SVT-40s, please? Because I think they'd be
for a really good poutine.
Hey, what?
Poutine.
No.
Fries, gravy, and cheese curd. Good stuff.
Never even heard of that.
Ew, that's disgusting. Don't do that.
No. Dude, poutine is actually...
Who made that sound? Who made that sound? Don't do it.
The entire state of Canada. Well, you know what? Hey, just watch out. 2070. You never know.
What about 2070?
In Fallout.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the evil America in that takes it over.
Yeah, when the U.S. supposedly annexed Canada.
Yeah, which would probably
not.
not.
A Saturday Night Live skit about that called a Merida.
My God.
That was the 1980s, though, so remember, it's back when SNL was still funny.
And that's true.
Back when SNL was actually good.
We are the anime state, that is for sure. I don't know why, but we are.
Texas is?
Yeah. That's where a lot of the stuff is dubbed. That's where Funimation's located. Come on, get over there!
It's where ADV was.
Yeah, and also Rooster Teeth produces Ruby, so it's
I've gotten so many statements in the chat about Ruby. I've never seen it. I know it exists. I know people who've watched it. I don't know what it's about, other than I guess there's like rubies in it.
It's a weeb.
There's plenty of Rule 34.
So
weebs.
For me, if the anime isn't science fiction based or fantasy based, I don't really care that much. And I'll admit, I'm a Baka Gaijin this way. If it's fantasy the way, like Western fantasy. So yeah, because Rain, you mentioned a show called Record of the Lodos War, which I've watched episode 1 of but haven't finished. It's pretty good, actually.
Overall, the series is surprisingly good, but it's based off of the creator's D&D campaign.
So yeah,
Which
the
eventually
Drifters
became
may
its
be
own
your
pen and paper
interest.
RPG.
Oh yeah, I still haven't seen Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, go watch it. It's worth it. Or read the manga.
The mangas, those Japanese comic books, right?
I suppose.
Oh god, you could trigger so many people by saying that. Wait a minute, that flag's
No,
wrong.
no.
There's only 48 stars.
Well, it makes sense.
That's
the
the.
stars are on it, like. But
That's
if you
the
want
joke.
to really trigger them, you don't have to even do that. You just got to bring up one word. One word that in the early 90s which hasn't been used since. Is that them our Japanations?
Yeah.
The Japanime.
Japanime.
Japan and Japan accessories. So wait, you work for Sharp?
Or NEC.
Overlord is pretty good fantasy anime. God damn it! Run! Okay, I'm just gonna bunny hop, or I'm just gonna give up and play this later. Oh.
Just bunny hop then.
I'd just say give up.
Or play on Recruit.
Smack. Smack. Psychomaniac.
No, you.
The Akira manga, one of the best manga, objectively better. And well, this is technically supposed to be taking place just before D-Day, literally 1 day before. So yeah, the lone German space marine. Actually, the Germans even have marines? I wouldn't think. It's not like they're a navy power.
Oh, can I get that one?
They've got like a boat, you know, in their navy at this point, because the rest of it's been sunk. Oh, navy burn.
What about our Untersea buttons?
That doesn't count. Past 1943. Oh! Because we got escort carriers. That can drop a bomb. And a torpedo. Actually, I don't think he used torpedoes. I think he just used bombs.
That face when you can take over the Austro-Hungarian Empire just by breathing on it.
I can get it.
Pretty much.
John, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, just by breathing on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not wrong, you know.
Well, you know, when your shoes are made of cardboard, you kind of got problems.
Yeah.
And you're trying to invade Carpathia in the winter. It's just kind of crazy to think about, but, you know, just having shoes was a big deal at one time. Because even in...
Really?
Oh, yeah. My grandfather, when he was growing up, wearing shoes was something you did, like, on a special occasion.
Well, even in Japan, up until World War II, if you had anything other than a set of Geta sandals, you were doing pretty good for yourself.
So, that's just something to really keep in mind there. A lot of people don't get how good they got it. Like, we just want some shoes, okay? We just want a pair of pants. We just have, like, a pant with one leg.
Pants.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
And now, you know, my phone isn't fast enough.
It's got to be said, Solomon Grundy want pants too.
He always wants that. I don't know why, because he's got... Oh, God, I could make a horrible joke in Am. Because he's got white privilege. Like, literally, he's chalk white. But isn't he technically an undead zombie?
Yep.
Exactly. You know, like, white people don't even die now. They're just so privileged. That's just
I don't know if I call that privilege. At that rate, I'd want to
Is
die.
death called privilege? Really?
You know, in death privilege now. Then like Van Helsing shows up.
You joke. We're trying to eliminate aging, and science showing that we might just get to that point in the next 30 years.
That is not a good idea, though, because...
Yeah, that's an exceptionally bad idea.
So, yeah, because people are stupid. The Sonic live-action movie should have been an Archie comic book. Well, you know, talking about Archie, you got Riverdale, which is apparently supposed to be good, and Sabrina the Teenage Witch is coming back.
Really?
Problem with that.
I'm scared for that.
Oh god, no. Don't tell me it's gonna be bad.
Archie was shot to death last year.
What?
They used it as an anti-gun propaganda.
Oh, god damn it.
Archie Comics. Archie was shot to death in his school last year. They used it as an anti-gun propaganda horse hockey.
Oh my god.
Well, maybe the show will be different.
Do you have to use someone's death to further your agenda? Really?
It's the gun grabbers. They're going to use everything to further their agenda.
Exactly.
Alright, I'm jumping into Killing Floor, because
They're just retards.
So that, ladies and gentlemen,
Even that's just putting it lightly.
No, even people with mental retardation are smarter than that.
No.
True,
No.
true,
This is...
true.
It is a form of retardation, and for everybody, no, I'm not making fun of anybody with Down syndrome. People with Down syndrome can live perfectly normal, rational, good lives. Mental retardation
Yeah,
is,
look at me.
yeah,
I'm kidding. I don't freaking got Down syndrome.
That's horrible.
retardation is not, Down syndrome. Retardation
Exactly.
is arrested development,
Yeah.
self-infantilization.
Granted, there are people who are born like that, but if you do it intentionally, then no.
No. If nobody's born with arrested development. Arrested development is a psychological condition.
Oh, I meant actual retardation, though.
No, that's not retardation. That's called Down syndrome. All Down syndrome is a genetic disorder. That is 100% fine. You can still live a perfectly good life with that. You can still become a good person with that. You don't ever call a person with Down syndrome a retard, because they're not. That's like saying, it's like confusing it is literally confusing a slight genetic disorder with a mental condition. You don't do that. That's you're being disingenuous at best and an ass at worst.
So yeah.
Exactly.
And to transition to a positive topic, yes, I have played Wasteland 2. And, I didn't like it because it's not my kind of game.
No, it's because you're dumb. That's why. I'm sorry.
Hey, fuck you.
You were saying something, Rain?
Now,
Regarding Arrested Development?
Arrested Development is just a case of a willful state of, I don't want to grow up. I don't want to advance. I don't want to grow. I don't want to learn. I want to stay as I am. It's self-infantilization.
Which I personally have never understood.
I don't understand that either, honestly.
The only thing I can think of it is culture shock. But past that, I'm gonna have to leave that to the professionals. I can't speak on that subject for anything more than a layman's point of view.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Your mom gay. I don't know.
That too.
I wasn't paying attention. I've been on my computer for like the past 15 minutes.
Oh, I see. What the hell? Why is this... What? Why is this acting like this is a torrented copy of this game, which it isn't?
How would you know what a torrent the game's acting like?
Because he'd be getting packet loss.
Okay, that's weird. Oh, I know. Oh, ooh, never mind.
Did you do a mess up?
I know what that was. It's a good thing that didn't show up because, damn.
I was about to say, did you do a stupid?
Well, for one, I think this game is still running. Oops. I don't even want to say what happened, but it's actually kind of funny. So make sure you do check that if that happens.
What?
What?
We're not gonna know what to check if it does happen.
Too bad.
Do not
You
have.
weren't born psychic. That's your fault.
Shut up.
Don't have virtual Steam running when you're trying to run real Steam.
Well, okay.
Oops.
I'm already lost, so I'm not gonna.
Let me put it this way. I saw IGG Games up there instead of my name, so yeah.
What?
It's like, wait a minute, I bought this game fair and square.
What are you doing?
Okay, I'm just gonna exit Steam.
Ooh, killed him.
Please wait whilst I exit Steam. Tomb Raider Rise of the Boobs. Tomb Raider Rise of something.
Yay.
Exit now, god damn it. Hope that didn't fuck
Raider
up
Rise of
Steam.
So what are you trying to do,
Playing a
John?
porn game in general.
That's my favorite Tomb Raider game, just saying.
Wait, which game?
Tomb Raider Rise of the Boobs.
Oh. Well, while this is reloading, man spreaders get their balls bleached. Some crazy
What?
Russian chick apparently was dropping bleach on just random males sitting around.
Wait,
Really?
Russian? That's shocking, actually.
Yeah.
No. Remember, there's parts of Russia where it can be almost akin to Florida Man-esque.
Oh, Florida man.
Florida
Florida
man, Florida man.
What a man
Florida.
does
shoves
it,
40
Florida
hot
man.
dogs up his ass and tries to shoot him out at random people on the street. Could
We
that
need
work?
to make. We add a verse to Particle Man, and it's Florida Man.
Mark
Oh,
of the
God.
Ninja remastered.
Okay.
Oh.
That's pretty.
Okay,
It's
I shall
true.
return. Don't say anything too offensive.
Oh,
What are you gonna say, Ryan?
they turned Bomberman.
So it's
into an
okay to be a white man.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. They turned freaking Bomberman into an Arrow game.
Really?
Okay.
I'm lost. What?
They turned Bomberman into a pervy arcade game. Thanks, Konami. That's exactly what I wanted.
That's exactly what I wanted from a game about blowing things up to kill your friends in a puzzle manner.
Yeah, it still says Call of Dirt 2 on the live stream.
Let me know if you guys can use it. I'll turn it down if you can.
Hey, Lamau.
Hey,
Can you hear it? No? Good, okay.
no.
Don't complain if you
Hi.
hear it.
I can't hear you.
Why is Jano just typing?
No, that's
Because-
right.
'Cause
That's
why
just
not?
rain?
I'm using the same keyboard he is
Oh.
How would you know?
because I'm the one who recommended the keyboard to him.
Is it me? Yes, it is. And I
This is
bet.
what?
No, in KF.
KF
Chaos.
all say. Alright.
That series, that part of Star Trek Voyager always made me cringe.
Captain Proton?
When Tom had that holodeck program, the Chaotica or whatever.
Hey, that's actually one of the few good parts of the show.
You're kidding me, right?
That's supposed to be bad.
Chaotica. The
Wow.
It's a ripoff of Flash Gordon.
It's
Okay.
still really
It's a
bad.
tribute to the old serials. Dude, the old serial, movies and comics were bad. They were supposed to be. You got Dan Dare, you got Flash Gordon,
Building up. Building up a dude.
Rocket Ranger. I mean, they're supposed to be cheesy sci-fi. You're supposed to unwind, have a laugh.
Why does he need Rocket?
Go, go, Rocket Rangers.
Go, go, Rocket
I'd recommend looking up.
Ranger. Oh, what?
Just type in Flash Gordon Queen, and you'll get everything you need to know.
Yes, and you will get a face
Flash
full of
Gordon
awesome.
Queens.
So yeah. Because Flash Gordon is a movie that has really stood the test of time. Because that soundtrack is great, and, well, Queen. I hope they don't SJWIs the movie too much, but you never know these days.
Yeah, really.
Honestly, I have no faith in Hollywood as the last 8 years.
Hollywood's a really good name these days, honestly.
And everything's got to be a remake.
Well,
Queen,
anything
the re-
new they make is bad.
Queen 2,
So
Electric
they try to
Boogaloo.
draw people in with nostalgia.
Yeah, problem is there's nothing nostalgic when they get their hands on it.
I'm trying to get into Killing Floor 2. It's trying to load.
Yeah. At least I know the ads work.
Oh, do they ever?
Coach, you know what really sucks though?
What? A vacuum?
That too. Ooh, wait, could that be it? For those
What,
who
a
are
vacuum?
commenting, I can't see your actual chat comments because it stopped working for some reason. Let me see here. Turn the chat off. Turn the chat on. Nope, that didn't magically make it work. But I do have my phone.
There it is.
Because I was wondering why no one was actually talking, and then I looked on my phone, and here it is. Okay. It takes 10 to 20 hours for Ruby Quest the Undertow to get going. And Tomb Raider Rise of the Boobs. One of my female friends said it was stupid. Oh god, this is going to be bad. Fortnite should die. And we're back. Back. And I have not seen the movie Ted, but I am aware that it exists.
Isn't he by Seth MacFarlane or something?
Yeah. It has the guy from Flash Gordon in it, too.
Peter Griffin.
And I don't think there's a new Flash Gordon film. I know there was a Flash Gordon TV show that was supposed to be really, really, really terrible. And Hollywood...
Flash Gordon, you have to adopt all the cheese. You can't... If you try to take it seriously, you're going to fail.
Exactly. I mean, the guy was supposed to be like a squash player, whatever squash is.
Squash is like, I think it's like a racket game, just like tennis and racquetball. I don't know how to exactly play squash, but I know it involves rackets.
It's a rack and peanut.
I
Doing
don't
a
know.
racket.
Ruckus.
With Ron.
Just causing a ruckus.
Let's see. You saw Pizza Man says he saw Solo and didn't hate it. Well, you know what? You suck.
Well, it doesn't mean that well, okay, like if he says that he doesn't hate it, it probably
Does that
also
mean he likes it though?
No, I could say that I don't hate a certain thing, but at the same time not like it. Possible.
Or it was better than Force Awaken, Jedi Awaken. Blech! Last Jedi.
Last Jedi.
Whatever.
False Jedi. That is not. There are no Jedi in that film.
The Flast Jedi.
The Flaccid Jedi.
Yeah, exactly.
Carillion Trilogy. Yep, I remember that one. That was quite good. In that one, Lando had to figure out how to... Why didn't I spawn in? I don't understand this.
Oh, I think we were like spawning in mid-round.
Oh, okay.
Well, not spawning in mid-round. We're just going to wait until the round is over. Till this guy gets
I don't get why the chat broke. I don't know why it does that sometimes.
Goes Google.
So, I can see it on my phone, so I'm back to seeing the chat again. I should plug my phone in.
It's always desirable to see chat on.
And I was like, oh, nobody's saying anything anymore. They all hate me!
They all despise stuff.
Yeah, the Carillion Trilogy, Lando gets like trapped on like a sublight ship and he can't contact anybody because the space radio is down. So he literally has to rediscover regular radio. And he actually gets this big discovery. It's like, radio? What is this magic?
Sometimes old technology is better than new technology sometimes.
Just don't say that to the U.S. government.
Oh.
Hey, what'd you say, Psycho? I mean, Psyche.
He must have freaked out when he found out what video is.
Yep. Maybe.
I can play video
radio star.
I can play video games with this controller thing instead of using my entire body. What sorcery is this? This is so convenient.
I have the original 3 books. I don't have the Omnibuy. It's always kind of funny though when you got like sci-fi technology. It's like, where I think it would be a lot less convenient because like holograms seem like a cool idea, but like with just gaming, like you could have it on a little portable screen and that's it, you know. Instead of like, get into the holo chamber. Now, like, if you wanted to unwind in some way.
Yeah, I don't think they could make solid. I don't think they could make solid light into a vagina
You know what?
and heat it.
You'd be surprised.
We can dream. Don't take away
I mean,
my
they have-
dreams.
They have solid
let
light
you-
in Halo, but they don't have solid light flashlights.
Well,
Yes.
the Forerunners had
This is-
better priorities back then, I guess.
Okay, understand that to create something like that creates geeks.
Creates what?
It takes geeks to create something like that. Now, what do you think a geek is going to do? Find a way to make porn of it and make a lot of money.
That's why there's Rule 34 of everything.
Oh no, that just exists. Even if there
No.
wasn't money in it.
Which makes you wonder what kind of government the Forerunners had. Were they filthy socialists? Probably not.
Probably.
I'm thinking they're more like totalitarian traditionalists.
Maybe.
Mm.
I don't know.
For all we know, they could have been libertarians.
Had recreational nukes, for all we know. I don't know.
What's kind of interesting about those?
They just like to nuke planets just for fun.
It's like, yeah, what else are you gonna do on Friday? You know, sit around and jerk off in the holodeck? I don't think so.
And that's what they
Maybe,
did
I
the
don't know. You
Eldar.
never know.
Oh, the Eldar. Ugh.
Or the Dark Eldar. I'll tell you, there was actually a
Oh,
book
even worse.
I tried to read once that I thought was going to be good. It was
Tried
going to have a...
reading? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's such a strange thing for me, but... it was a book that had Dark Eldar in the Warhammer Fantasy universe. Now, I thought it was going to be a good book. It's like, it's supposed to be from his kind of perspective. It was and is a total rip-off of the Elric series. Because, like, the guy's been possessed by a demon and he's got to, like, do all kinds of crap. But I didn't actually finish reading it just because literally the first chapter was where the main character raped somebody and then cut their face off. And I was like, well, done.
That's Dark Elves. That's not even Dark Eldar, that's Dark Elves.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, Dark Elves. But it's like, I'm done. I don't want to read about that.
Because it's icky and disgusting.
Well, it's just, I don't find that enjoyable.
Taking pleasure in other people's pain is generally not something common or
So,
sane.
yeah, pretty much.
Now, like, for me, like, if they just, like, straight up killed somebody, you know, okay, I can kind of I can get behind that. No, it's like, it's not as bad as literally raping somebody and then raping somebody, killing them, and then ripping their face off. It's technically worse than that, because, like, the Dark Eldar main character was talking to a human slave, and it was the guy's wife he raped, killed, and then sliced the face off of. So it's like, well, this is gonna be a cheerful book, isn't it?
Well, it's Warhammer. It's like it's taking Warhammer 40k Grimdarkness to Warhammer
Warhammer Fantasy.
Fantasy.
No, because Warhammer Fantasy Grimdark is as dark, if not darker.
Shit.
There's a point between Grimdark and, okay, now you're just being edgy.
And yes, I've seen The Sixth Day. I liked it quite a bit, actually. I thought the random chick in there was actually was kind of hot until she got that
Yeah.
weird-looking hair. And holy shit, this looks way better than holotapes. Lando discovers Blu-ray.
Yeah. Man, Warhammer's so grimdark and edgy. I love it.
And hello, Yoshimitsu745. I want to know why that goddamn chat broke again.
Oh, that's good.
Warhammer 40k, they try to stop before they hit edgy. Try to. Now, sometimes they don't always succeed, but they try to.
And then we have the Eldar. Well, I feel like we had a conversation about the Eldar before, and
Well, you
yeah.
realize that every official writing on the Dark Eldar, and even the Dark Elves, they don't fully explore what they did in grisly detail. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, 'cause nobody wants to read basically Ted Bundy's Fat Fuel, but...
Exactly.
And, you know, I need
Also,
to finish
John,
the... Oh, go on.
in Killing Floor 2, this, like, running with a knife is the same logic in Killing Floor 1. Even sprint is faster.
Okay. I didn't
Nice
think it was. I
protest.
thought they changed that.
You know, I guess for shits and giggles, I'm gonna go with the... Nah, we're deep into, like, we're in Wave 6. I'm going to probably get, let's see. What would be a good one?
All the grenades. And
Well-
eventually I need to actually finish more of The Witcher. I've only read book 1 and thought it was okay. Wasn't that amazing, to be
So
perfectly
rifle
honest.
grenade launcher. What else? What would be a good?
And yes, The Witcher is essentially a ripoff of Michael Moorcock's work.
And I did read the first, I think it was a novella of, Elric. I thought that was actually pretty good. It was definitely much more, I don't want to say cheesy, because it's not really what that was, but it was definitely much more, I don't know what the, I don't want to say Baroque, because that's not it either. It was very,
It's kind of period specific. It was written for its time.
yeah, where it just was like much more, I can't think of the word at the moment. It was something, alright. It was something. Holy crap, they're all here trying to kill me. It was definitely, everything was just kind of larger than life. I think
Yeah, it's been over the top.
yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. And one of the things that's really kind of funny about that, though, is I read another one of his series, well, not all of it, but like the first book, where like it was another one of those things where like you had like this fantasy race that like lived in these castles and they were like immortal, and like this one character literally falls in love with the first woman he meets. It's like, really? Come on. It's like, oh, you're...
Wow.
If you're cooped up in a castle for that long, I suppose any port in a storm.
Yeah, but it's like falling in love. I mean, you've met this person for 5 minutes. I know it's pulp, but still.
Guess they were just really lonely.
I think of all the classic like pulps that I have read, I still prefer Conan to just about everything else. Because
Yeah.
Robert E. Howard knew how to write and make a very entertaining story. Although his first Conan story could have been a little better. Now, I liked it a lot back in the day, but looking back on it now, I actually have a review of that. The Phoenix on the Sword. It's like Conan's literally just whining about being, he's king. It's kind of funny, the first...
Wait, Conan, as in Conan the Barbarian?
Yes.
And he's whining?
Well, okay, the very first Conan story is also one of the later in the Conan chronology. The thing is, in that story, he's already become king by his own hand. And he's like, he's sick of being king because, well, there's nothing, he can't bash heads anymore.
I'm so bored of being king. Wow.
Well, this is pre-Arnie Conan. This is way before Arnie was born.
Yeah.
Oh. How long was Conan the Barbarian as like a concept?
Fairly old.
Yeah, 30s.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. 1930s. No connection. Playback ID. Sword Trilogy. No. Or maybe it was. That sound. No, Corum. That's what it was. Corum was the was the series name. Yeah, and Robert E. Howard and Michael Moorcock. Moorcock? Yeah, Moorcock. I can read.
Moorcock.
That's actually less embarrassing of a name.
Yeah, it is.
But Michael Moorpenis and Robert E. Howard were very much foundations of modern day literature, in addition to Tolkien, as you said. Conan versus Guts from Berserk. I don't know, my money's still on Conan.
Conan versus Guts. You realize those two wouldn't really fight too much past a few, sword glances, and then it would just evolve into them just drinking.
Yeah. That's how most of those hero versus hero kind of things would go, though. That's one of the reasons why I hated Batman v Superman so much. It's like, really, why turn Batman into a psycho?
Psycho?
Well, the thing is, before Batman v Superman, there was one actual case of Batman facing Superman, and it was the Dark Knight series. And it made sense then, because at that time...
Are you talking about when he grew old?
Yeah, in that time, in that universe, Superman was basically, unfortunately, a government tool. They had leverage over it. So he had to.
Well, America was basically an empire.
Yeah, and the thing is, it was kind of an anti-Reagan thing, but Brainiac was technically controlling Reagan. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. And basically, Batman faked a heart attack. Even though Alfred did die.
No, a lot of people end up dying in that one.
Yep.
The death toll of Dark Knight series is in the thousands.
Really?
Oh yeah, Corto Maltese is actually mentioned in Arrow, which I thought was pretty cool.
Oh wait, did I upload the last part to that yet?
And yes, Frank Miller is a. I don't get why Linkara hates him so much. I don't.
Well, to be honest, these days he's a nutter.
Frank Miller or Linkara?
Both.
Oh, of course.
Jeez, I burped, sneezed, and farted at the same time.
Well,
I must have something wrong.
Or you might just
about the Howard's house being now considered a museum in Texas.
I might be dying.
I forgot Robert E. Howard's house is actually now considered a museum and a historical place.
Really?
Yeah.
And he actually came up with, and I love this fact about Robert E. Howard, is the fact that he came up with Conan in Fredericksburg, my favorite place in Texas.
I thought your favorite place in Texas was Texas.
Yeah, but that's a specific place there, because I really like that town. There's a really nice naval museum there, too. Okay, here's something funny. Here's my college SJW story. I only have one. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's surprising.
It was an instructor who looked like one. And now, I've been to this museum. In fact, I have...
Oh, that's generalizing.
I have a relative who has a picture in there because he fought in the Pacific War, just as an airplane mechanic, but still. This Pacific War Museum is really cool. They got like a... not a remaster. They got this garden, right? That looks like this garden in Japan called the Togo Garden. It's really cool. But they also have a mock-up of an atomic bomb. Okay? So you should probably guess what college SJW was complaining about. Now, this was just the instructor. Okay, he's like, they can't believe they have an atomic bomb there. It's a museum of history of the Pacific War. Why would you not have... Anyway. And of course, what's also kind of funny is I with the same guy is having this conversation. Now, this was a long time ago. This was around 2008, so over a decade ago. And in that decade, this whole debate has been rendered moot because it doesn't matter. Should people be allowed to carry a gun on campus? Campus carry is what it was called at the time. And,
maybe. I don't know.
And what's kind of funny about that is it passed. You can carry a gun on campus, and it's legal.
Good.
And but they were like, now the arguments they made were so stupid. Or he made, I should say, was so stupid. It's like, okay, you don't have to want campus carry for whatever reasons. Like, I don't like guns or something. But when they try to justify it in the stupidest ways, it's like, what? So what do you think?
The problem of arguing from a quote unquote arguing, big quotation up there, from emotion as opposed to factuality.
Well, what do you think he said? What do you think the reason that he gave was?
Because it makes him feel unsafe.
Well, yeah, but take it a little further.
It's racist.
No.
Because he's fat.
No, he wasn't that stupid.
That's stupid.
Because he's probably going to say because it's just going to encourage more shooters.
Close. It's the same concept. What he was saying is that, well, you know, college kids are just so mentally unstable, and if they can take guns on campus, then, you know, like you see all the fights go on, they might bring a gun. It's like, and the thing I said, I was very respectful about it. I was like, well, you know, they could just bring a gun anyway. Not having campus carry doesn't stop that. And they're like, yeah, well, it would just encourage. How would that encourage that? What are you talking about? There's
No, it's the the thing is, he doesn't understand it's the opposite. When a psychopath sees gun-free zone, in their head they see get away with killing people
Meat.
scot-free.
Exactly.
They say meat, living meat. That's all they see.
And
Meat.
Criminals
Name
don't
and beat.
follow the law.
Shoot.
That's
Yeah,
the one thing
exactly.
they will never get.
yep, and I said that, but of course I was the crazy guy.
You're crazy, Mr. Random Chinese guy.
You know, you would not believe how many people have said that to me over the years.
You know, that's the point. That's why I said it.
So,
Somebody made a mod for Darth Vader in Battlefront 2 where he has his pink outfit.
Yeah, that was one of the first mods for Battlefront.
Oh, they're adding General Grievous and Asajj Ventress, Dooku, Anakin,
Dooku.
Obi-Wan.
Breath.
Hey, I'm going Super Sonic Speeds. Take out your melee, John.
There's
So you
they're
can go
supposed to come
Santa.
out.
He's the
They're supposed to be coming out
fastest thing alive.
Yeah.
Do 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 blah 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 blah.
No, see Rain, they're coming out next week.
Yeah, and chances are they're going to be glitched to hell and or broken.
They probably are.
EA sucks. Okay, wait, what did he say? My college Pizza Man says my college SJW moment was the day after the 2016 election results. My English professor comes in crying so hard she decided to end class 45 minutes early. My God. And Corey Cox says my instructor carries on campus. I feel safer with the armed staff. Well, you know, that's how it goes. What is one thing you do support to prevent a mass shooting that is non-violent?
Everybody carries a gun.
Well, you know, that can work as a deterrent effect, but I think the biggest thing you could do is start to teach kids the sanctity of human life. You know, maybe teach them that. Say, you know, that just because someone disagrees with you, that they have a right to their opinion.
Oh, but the social justice warriors are like, oh, you can't have an opinion.
Yeah.
Only my opinion counts.
The biggest...
Opinions are
You
how
want to know the
Nazis
biggest
are
thing that will
formed.
stop school shootings, or shootings in general, stop
What?
a lot of crime? Actual
Bullying.
parents.
Yeah.
What? Actual what?
Parents.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I guess the...
Have parents come in and kill the school shooter.
Well, it'd work, but...
I mean, that's one way of handle.
It's the idea of, like, you know, the person who takes, like, a self-defense course would be the least likely to engage in acts of violence because they would understand why something's violent.
See how the parent thing would work? They pinned down the kid who was the shooter. If he killed any of the kids, the parents whose kids died, they'd take a shotgun with at least 2 rounds each. They point them all directly at his head at the same time and fire at the same time.
I don't think...
because that doesn't solve anything.
Yeah.
Killing the killer does not bring back the dead.
It's stopping it from happening entirely. And yeah, Melvis, that always seems to be the case where they will say, like, how could it have happened? Maybe if you'd stop, you know, staring at your phone all day, you can stare... And that's the thing, I don't even have a problem with people using phones and computers and crap. It's like, maybe just spend a little bit of time, like an hour a day being a human being. Just one. I'm not asking for a lot, just one, you know?
Well, it might be a human being with you, just talking to you and existing with you while we play a video game together that we are cooperatively playing in order to take down the foul biological experiments by some... Yeah.
Quit
You
your
got the
run on
point.
pens before it gets too far.
But I think that's
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems is, like, you don't teach kids anything, well, then they won't know anything, and so, yeah.
Well, the thing is, this lack of attention from parents actually causes deep-seated psychological trauma.
Do we also have to help, like, nationalize school shootings for months, really?
Yeah, that also doesn't help.
Exactly.
And she ended class, people must have been like, damn, Trump got class ended early. Columbine happened pre-smartphones. Yeah, that's true. Columbine is an interesting thing, though. I mean, that's where, you know, I don't really know what you say about that. If those parents had actually known what their kids were up to, they could have actually, you know, prevented something like that. But that's where I think there is one of those things. It is one of those things where it would be wise to have somebody armed on campus just in case. You know, I think one of the things is, especially these days, is, you know, you have a lack of parenting, so you have to actually be somewhat proactive in what you're doing.
Exactly.
And restricting guns isn't going to help anybody because, you know, they're going to get...
Too late to put that genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, you got that. They're going to get them anyway, but what if they show up with a knife and start stabbing people? You know, I don't want to get stabbed.
2 years ago, there was an event in China where one guy with a knife managed to stab 150 children.
What?
Yeah, China, ladies and gentlemen. They don't have guns, but people still try to kill each other anyways.
They don't have guns, but guess what? Their crime is through the freaking roof.
So,
Really?
Gee, I wonder why.
and so that's one of the things. It's like, just...
I don't know.
It's kind of like prohibition. That's one of the things I always like to bring up.
If someone even thinks you have a gun, they're probably not going to rob you.
Well, you gotta remember, criminals aren't afraid of you, so...
Yeah, when you have so very little to lose and you're already pretty mental, everything looks like something that can be exploited.
So, it's just one of those things. You know, prohibition didn't work because if there's a demand, there will be a supply. So...
Ooh, hey, a Wookiee Jedi.
Yeah, Lobaka.
Goba.
No, the Battlefront 2 mod that has a Wookiee Jedi.
Oh.
It might be.
Yeah, but there's actually been Wookiee Jedi in the official, you know,
Yeah.
pre-Disneyverse.
But also, I'd like to mention that I've seen like I guess like a couple of Twitter socialists actually having like Wookiee icons. And I'm just like,
Really?
please no, can you please? I know you like Wookiees and shit, but
Wookiees would not be into that sort of thing.
Yeah.
No, they were much more community-based than humans, but, well, than most humans, but...
They would tear their arms off.
I don't know if we go that far.
Well, in Solo, Chewbacca tears somebody's arms off.
Well, that's a good
Bro.
Christmas sentiment. There was a preacher that got shot in the head along with his wife by his son when he took away his copy of Halo 3 and put it in the same box as his pistol with ammo in it. Well, that was...
Wait, what?
That's a Darwin Award winner right there. But, see, that's the thing. You know, that's where bad parenting comes in. Why would your kid even think to, Halo 3 take it away, I shoot? Like, really? Man, that's...
Why would your kid think that in the first place?
And yeah, mental health is not handled very well in America, because they shut down all the goddamn loony bins, or as I like to call them, booby hatches, just because I like to say the word booby.
That's actually an official term for them.
I know, but it reminds me of a King of the Hill joke when I think like Bill and Dale get accidentally committed to a mental institution, and like somebody calls Hank and he's like, the booby hatch, is that the mental institution or the gentleman's club?
Institution?
King of the Hill. And yeah, that is a spoiled piece of crap. I mean, the nut house was something that was very necessary, but, you know, these days, they're either could not exist or be extremely expensive. When I was in college, one of the things I did learn, that thankfully wasn't socialism, was that a lot of these crazy people end up, like, just going to prison, which doesn't help.
Yeah, it's... The prison industrial complex designed really just to make money off how many people they can slam into a building.
Well, one thing that's really funny about that is I had a really cool criminal justice professor who summed it up quite well. If you build it, they will fill it. And it's true.
I will have to agree with your professor on that one.
He was a cool guy. My favorite instructor of all time, actually. He was totally not a university socialist at all. Served in Nam and was a cop for like 20 years.
That explains it right there, because he saw it firsthand.
Yeah, I really liked him.
That will ever adopt socialism or any of their tropes or memes.
So.
Besides, the left can't meme anyway, so yeah.
Not memes, as in means of, you know, education, means of,
well, that too.
Propagandizing.
Exactly.
Yeah. But at the same time, they also can't meme.
one of the biggest problems, though, with a good non-violent way of cutting down on spree shooting, actually enforcing the law. You know, the last couple spree shootings, they were not supposed to even own guns, but they slipped through the cracks. And see, that's one of the things nobody likes to talk about, is that was the FBI letting people down. That's why putting more laws on the books aren't going to solve anything. If they can't enforce the laws you already got, how are they going to enforce the laws that you want to add, you know?
Well, the thing is, we need to actually, as a nation, revisit a lot of our laws, because contrary to popular belief, you might think you're a law-abiding citizen, but chances are you're committing at least, or have committed at least 3 felonies in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm. That is a...
Oh yeah, I've heard that I think this still exists and no one really cares about it too much. Like, basically, like, I don't know if this is true. Like, someone like verify me about this, but it's like about basically like, oh, on the internet you can't lie about, you can't hide your identity, or like at least like lie about your identity.
It's not a law, but it is in the TOS of several social media sites, or all of them really, as well as a few services such as Google Mail or any Google account, that you cannot create a dupe. You can't create a proxy off of a false identity. Because if you do, you're breaking their TOS. It's not against the law, but it is against the TOS.
But they don't enforce it, really.
There's nothing they can enforce it, and they do enforce it, but they cannot enforce it with the weight of the law.
Exactly.
Well, that's good at least. Although, you know, that's an interesting thing we could talk about. Debate. Should social media be regulated like a public service?
No.
Yes and no. Here's the thing. It is... Consider it... The safest way to do it is to consider it as if they are a publisher. They are not responsible for what gets posted on there, but at the same time, if you hold them as a publisher, they have to allow for free speech. Meaning you can say whatever you want, but they can't be held accountable. You can be held accountable for what, if you say endorse or condone a crime, but at that point the legal failing is on the user, not on the corporation. What we need is a digital bill of rights. We need a pseudo digital constitution / bill of rights.
And
separate from our original constitution and bill of rights.
Yeah.
And that, I'm afraid, just is never going to happen. Or if it does, it's going to end up being terrible, you know? Because when you think about the government we have access to today, no matter what side of the aisle you fall upon, because, you know, I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm just going to say what's going on. And you look at them. You look at how utterly messed up everything is. Can you imagine them actually getting something like that done?
Nope.
No.
Now, here's the thing. Yes, but this is one of the times where you want to see the government act as a proper government. The party system, well, is not designed for this nation. It was never designed for a democratic republic. It was originally designed to be adversarial, and there's a reason for that. It was designed to be slow on purpose. You never want to rush things. You never want to push an agenda so fast that you don't foresee the problems that can come up from it. Unfortunately, that's been thrown to the wood chipper and is now thoroughly shredded.
Because now...
But if government could operate as it was intended, yes, they could come out with such, but it would take a dog day. That would be a good thing.
There would be plenty of debate, and it wouldn't be all political, but you look at it like now, it's all about getting the votes, it's all about, you know, stuff like that, and that is why you see all... That's why the whole Kavanaugh thing came about. That was literally just political posturing.
It's a temper tantrum of the never-Trumpers and the left. That's all it is. It's completely devoid of any fact, any reality, and any objective evidence.
And that's the and that's the problem. Once again, this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you're on. You don't want this to happen no matter what. And just because your sports team does it doesn't make it right, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if let's say the Cleveland Browns.
Beyonce supports doesn't mean you want to freaking.
Exactly.
They fly in the NFL, but the NFL acronym also can stand for not for long.
And Licorice, it wouldn't matter if he took a polygraph test or not. That's not admissible in court. So he could, but it wouldn't matter.
Polygraph test is basically every bit as valid as me sitting you down in a chair, turning up the lights, turning up the heat, lighting up a cigarette in front of you, and screaming at you, "Are you a liar?" continuously.
Yeah, so that's...
There's nothing there that's of any proof.
And that's just one of the problems, you know, when it comes to that sort of thing. It's like, it's not gonna... That's not gonna do any good, you know. President has issues. Yeah, he is not Hitler. If he was Hitler, anyone who said he was Hitler would be, well, yeah, you can imagine how that would go. It's not... That's why I always hate... See, that's another thing that's really stupid, is where people say that Trump's a fascist. If he was a fascist, you wouldn't be saying he was a fascist. You'd be saying he was the most freedom-loving president that ever existed. Because do you think anyone in North Korea says anything bad about Kim Jong-un? I would think not.
We've had far worse presidents in the past 16 years than Trump.
Yeah, so...
Trump is by no means some shining paragon example. He has issues, same as every president has issues. He has less issues than Jimmy Carter did.
Like, basically, people don't like Trump because he's a big scary. He's just mean things, and Hitler said mean things, so everyone that says mean things is a Nazi. That's basically what's going on here. A bunch of people just being babies, essentially, because it's just this one guy that just occasionally says very mean stuff and all that, and someone that you don't really necessarily agree with is just in power. That's just about it. It happens. It's like, seriously, look at Obama. Republicans didn't necessarily like Obama, but did they riot in the streets about it?
Can you imagine?
I don't imagine Republicans rioting in the streets, or at least at the time when Obama was president, or when Clinton was president, or...
Centrist my rear.
Hmm?
The Licorice just called Obama a centrist. No.
How? No, I don't believe that.
I'd recommend just doing some study, Licorice. That way you can... The thing is, you got to look at a wide variety of different sources, you know. Read between the lines is what you got to do. Look at their actions and their words both.
And on Google, actually there is a very good reason for them to be regulated. It's because right now they are... Let's go back to 1996 with Microsoft. 1996 with Microsoft, they held so much of the market that they had to actually do an antitrust investigation into them to break it up into smaller companies. Before that, in the 1970s, you had AT&T. They were the phone service. They had a monopoly. So they had to hold an antitrust to break them up into smaller companies, the baby bells. Google right now, as in terms of searching the available, we'll call it the bright net as opposed to dark net, they are number one and number two sites out there. There's literally no other competition. You can actually get away from using Google services by using DuckDuckGo and using ThunderFox and other services, but your searches will not reach as far as with Google. Now, Google will put you through a huge filter bubble, but they have the monopoly. There is actually a legitimate and valid reason to call forth an antitrust investigation against them.
Yeah, like, basically Google is, I guess you would say, the internet megacorporation, pretty much.
Yeah, the Weyland-Yutani.
Not quite as bad as Weyland-Yutani, but pretty darn close.
Umbrella.
I'm not going to start buying xenomorphs and, you know. But they'll definitely go... If you want to be educated on Google, there actually is the... because Google services cannot bring it down without drawing more attention to it, read the Damore memo and then immediately follow it up by watching the Google shareholders meeting. It's out there on the internet. It's free to watch. I highly advise you do, because it'll actually give you an idea of how Google is operating from the inside. And if what is there does not shock you, you, my friend, are either dead,
Or you don't
or
understand what's
you
going
are,
on.
yeah, you are completely blinded to the situation.
And
Licorice, no one is going to eliminate Roe v. Wade.
yeah, no one's gonna do that.
Yeah, like
I mean, that's just scaremongering. Don't let them control your mind like that. You know.
Okay, the Demore memo
that's
was.
impossible to eliminate. Just saying.
It's not impossible, but it would be so very hard that you would need to have a dramatic shift for a generation, well over 30 years of people being against it before it could even hope to be eliminated.
Even then, you're probably not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's one of those things where it's like they'll get on there like it's the world's ending tomorrow, and that's not really it.
They're stacking. Guess what?
Everybody thinks the world's gonna end in 2 seconds.
So.
Okay, the Demore memo was what again? Remind me on that.
The Demore memo was basically him calling out the rather calling out the improprieties of Google's hiring and political motivations. Basically, if you weren't extremely on the left, Google would do their best to fire you if you didn't, you know.
If you were if you were to the right of Karl Marx by any means.
You will be sacrificed.
If you do not sleep, if you have not made sweet love to Das Kapital, you would be fired.
Okay, so even if Kavanaugh has said, for the record, that he's against Roe v. Wade, so what? He's still got the rest of the judges on SCOTUS to go up against. That's not going to happen. And even if it did, we do actually have safeguards against unconstitutional laws, which overturning Roe v. Wade would by this moment be an unconstitutional law.
And on the subject of regulation, not all regulations are equal. Regulating Google would be different from regulating something else, so. That's the one thing, you know, I guess for me politically, what I should explain is I'm an independent, so I'm for whatever works the best. I'm not going to sit here and just feed you the same party line that others might, you know, so that's the thing you got to understand about me.
Yeah, trust no one, investigate as much as you can into every subject.
And that's all. And that's the thing. That's no matter if you consider yourself conservative or liberal. You gotta do that. That's incumbent on you. You know, there is such a thing as propaganda, and there is such a thing as yellow journalism. So,
as for net neutrality, that's something you can't be immediately for or against. The issue is far, far more complex than what you're being told. It's not, oh no, they're regulating our information, and it's also not a case of, you know.
I pooped my pants.
Well, that certainly changed the whole. Net neutrality too. Poop loser.
Oh no.
I was just adding that statement in there.
Well, it certainly made things a bit
a lot more lighthearted.
And yeah, I actually have heard about that. I actually have a friend out of Croatia who mentioned that about old Carl. But it never ends that way, though.
No.
That's not the end, right?
No, this is. Do you realize I know two people from Croatia right now?
Oh,
in
really?
addition to that guy, can you imagine that? Like, what's with me in that country? I don't get it.
No point in saving, ladies and gents. The fact
I got friends in Russia.
You must have
So,
bond.
Putin.
No,
I have like
no, not that high.
degrees.
Oh. Kalashnikov Jr. I don't know if he had any kids.
The funny thing is, they're all in the My Hero Academia, which I don't see what's
Misha,
so
Mikhail,
good
and
about
Jenna are the
that
people I know in Russia. One is a radar tech. One is a shoe salesman.
One is a
High-end shoes,
pornologist.
actually a fairly good business.
Hmm.
And the other is an auto mechanic.
I just find it funny. You go from like radar technician to I sell shoes and shoes accessories.
Hey, they sell.
What about
the rest of the store
pornographer?
sells suits. They sell high-end shoes.
Well, that would make a lot of money.
All right.
There's no pornographers. That sucks.
And I can agree with the stuff that you said, the man with no eyes. So yeah, you know, it's just a lot of the politicians that say they're for all that stuff generally will use that as a means to garner votes, but not agree with any of it. So just keep in mind on that one. And yeah. M16. M16.
Certainly said politics, from the Latin word poly meaning many, and ticks, many blood-sucking creatures, parasites, if you will.
Now, also keep in mind, like, I've heard that Hillary Clinton was quote-unquote, like, well, by quote-unquote as in, like, okay, there was, I'm pretty sure there was a time when Clinton spoke out against, like, homosexuality,
yeah,
right?
She was anti-gay in the 90s.
They all were, until it became a political thing that they were able to succeed with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She called
the pie man.
Didn't she call black people super predators or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, she was racist in the 90s.
Everybody was
is to a degree. Her founder, you know, the person who got her into politics, the person she looked up to, was the leader of a sect of the KKK.
Holy crap. Oh yeah, because, well, I don't know if I really should say this, but,
then don't say it.
Yeah, don't. Just
yeah.
don't. Just
don't. I feel like this will be way too hot of a take then Google is going to send in their SWAT teams. They're going to basically send in their agents and basically, quote-unquote, persuade me.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Syndicate style.
Yeah, if we get to a full cybernetic dystopia, yeah, then we're almost there. Not quite. Corporate espionage nowadays, thankfully, just involves file stealing and not actual assassination.
And I've never actually listened to any Korn songs, Man with No Eyes.
Korn? Korn.
No, Korn is a band from the mid-2000s.
They're like death
and
metal
actually,
or pussy.
They're new metal and Licorice. Actually, in the 90s.
Oh yeah, new metal.
Licorice in the 90s. Yes, metal. Trump did. Yeah. You can actually look it up. He's actually done several things with NAACP and several other black organizations. Seems strange, I know, but you know.
Now my computer's gonna lag on games because I'm downloading their.
Well, you know, if those exist, then they exist. You know, I mean, we'll just have to see. I mean, if they exist, let them out, I guess.
Let what out?
Oh,
I'm so confused.
The tapes that evidently has Trump saying a certain word. Don't say it.
I kind of doubt it.
What, the N-word?
Yes. And like I say, I doubt it because, remember, we have been seeing 2 years thus far of nothing but empty threats and hate. I can't give any validity when no valid evidence has been presented. Now, if they prove me wrong, I'll eat crow on that. But right now, I just don't see it happening.
You'll eat doo-doo on that? No, that's
Like
not
that, I'll eat crow on that. Big difference.
Crow?
Yeah.
A bird?
Yes. It's an old statement. I'll eat
Probably
crow.
sound like a dumbass right now.
Hey, look, at least you're not saying that we need to ban electricity because it's bad for the environment. So no matter what you say, it's not going to be as stupid as that.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said ban electricity? I want to find this person and rip their nutsack off.
A lot of
You're gonna have to
people.
go to Africa for that one.
You had to go to the environmentalists for that.
The Greens are like that too.
The green thumb. Well, the green thumbs. And also rain. I feel like I've kind of mapped out basically your personal hell. Basically involves basically a whole list of just people yelling various lies, and of course Led Zeppelin playing like every second of eternity.
No.
Rain's a basic bitch.
No.
Okay, I don't know how that equates, but I'll run with it.
No, I guess it'll be part of it.
As for Led Zeppelin, while I dislike them deeply because of the entire
You were
bloody month
traumatized by
stuck
Led
listening to them
Zeppelin.
for 24/7, I can tune it out.
See, I can't do that. When I worked at that hardware store, they played a song I hated both on a philosophical level and on a personal level.
The Immigrant Song?
No. I would have... Well, I would have literally... No, I'm not going to say I would give or do anything to hear that instead of the other song because I don't want to work there. But they played a country music station all day, every day. And what ended up happening is the country music station played the same 5 songs day in, day out. It never stopped.
Oh, country
How do they
music.
have ratings?
Ah.
And
old country can be okay. New country is.
Oh no! It wasn't old country. It wasn't. It was new. Multiple times per day, I got to hear this song, and I shall tell you what this song is.
Turn them lights down low.
Redneck Crazy.
Wait.
Yeah.
If you want to
That's an
hear
awful song.
the worst country song ever, that's it. I got to. It got so bad where people knew that as soon as that song came on, that I would just like want to die, and so they'd make the joke of like, "It's your song, John." It's like, yeah.
Just want to take your head and slam it into the floor.
And the thing is, I can't tune stuff out. I don't, because I'm afraid I'll miss some sort of detail, you know?
Do you, like, John, do you think that you would rather listen to all the songs made for the Donkey Kong Country cartoon rather than that?
Oh yeah, in a heartbeat!
Yeah.
In a heartbeat!
And those songs are actually kind of catchy.
Listen to Redneck Crazy.
You know what's not catchy? You know what's not catchy?
What?
Your face. No,
And Johnny Cash is great, and Willie Nelson is also pretty good. Can't be as bad as Country Justice, Revenge of the Redneck. Look it up. Google Redneck Crazy and tell me.
Well, don't Google it. DuckDuckGo it. You don't want that in your Google history.
Okay, that too.
No? Wait,
There's
Redneck what?
actually a very specific reason why.
It's just a horribly written song on every level.
Is it like the Mickey
Redneck
Minaj
what?
Anaconda of country?
It's worse.
It's worse than Anaconda. Are you kidding?
I don't want none unless you got fun, son.
I would listen to that song multiple times per day, but I don't want to have to hear about, you know, okay, the song itself is about this guy who's a redneck, whose girlfriend cheats on him, so he goes to her house and literally just starts, I think like he breaks in or something, and like, just is making, he's literally committing several crimes. So it already has annoyed me on that level. But it's like so stupid. Just because someone cheats on you doesn't mean you go redneck crazy. You know what you do? You say, go fuck yourself, and then never speak to them again. How about you just do that? Wouldn't that make more sense?
What did they do?
Basically, vandalism, breaking an entry.
Rape?
No.
Oh no.
That would never make it to the airwaves.
But it was! It was on the major country song station, channel, whatever.
Yeah, but if they went that far to describe, you know, an illegal sexual act, that surely doesn't make it to the airwaves post, you know, 2001.
There's probably going to be an uncut version of that song, maybe.
Probably.
I don't know.
The song is what it is. It's just a really bad song.
But I hate modern day
The
country
singer is
music.
annoying. The tune is annoying. The writing of it is basically a teenage revenge plot.
So it's
That's the only-
beatnik.
Teenage
No.
revenge porn.
And see you, Licorice.
No, take care.
It's, at least Anaconda is not about committing multiple felonies.
Yeah.
Now, of course, on the scale to 1 to Immigrant Song, how terrible is Redneck Crazy?
That's completely subjective, but I would rank it as worse.
Like a solid 20?
It's the only thing that annoys me further is really nasally bluegrass.
Nasally bluegrass. Oh my! I don't even like country music. Not even like like maybe I don't know. There's something about country music that I just don't like about it.
Maybe
Well, it
it's not-
depends. Like old country music is more akin to acoustic punk rock. New country music is just pop with cowboy hats. That's all it is.
You know, there's an
makes
old.
sense.
Well, I say old. There's a song from like 2005. I don't know who sang it. I don't know. The only thing I remember is the lyric of "A little sissy in a cowboy hat ain't country." I don't know what song that is. I don't know who sang it, but I remember that, and it's quite hilarious. Because now it is.
Yeah,
Like-
they've lost their huevos, their spine, and they've basically just become completely.
The King of the Hill thing's more like a rockabilly kind of thing than pure country would be. When I think of country, I think of, and I liked this song before it was cool, Big Iron by Marty Robbins, but also there's a lot of other songs that he's done, or he did, because I think he's dead. I imagine he's dead.
Yeah, I do believe he is.
They're than a doorknob, probably.
But like the Water
Willie
song,
Nelson's still alive.
because he's a vampire. Except
No,
he does.
probably because the guys. I've seen him live once at Blues Fest in Wimberley, Texas, and let me tell you something. Whatever he's smoking has a time distortion field around it. Because you even getting close to his trailer, you will catch a contact high, and time will seem to slow down.
Oh.
Speaking of which, my mother actually went to see Ozzy today at the Cynthia Wood.
Oh, Osborne.
Yeah, I made the joke. I would like to have gone, but she actually went with one of her friends. She offered to get me a ticket. I was like, no, just go with said friend. It was like, thank you, John. I was like, yep, I'm awesome. But anyway, egotism aside, I made the joke of, you know, like with Ozzy, what they do is they dig him up, they dust him with some formaldehyde, and just put him back on stage. And you know what? He's alive again. He is literally the rock and roll zombie. Because despite
Basically, yeah.
One of two. I can think of one more who is right there, and that's Iggy Pop.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Iggy. Oh, yeah.
I guess I don't
that
know how
guy.
old he is.
Like, I was like, as a joke, I would have said Weird Al Yankovic as a joke.
No, he's gonna outlive us all.
Weird Al Yankovic is secretly a vegan vampire. He's vegan, yes, but a vampire, maybe.
Oh, no, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do drugs.
Yeah.
He's going to outlive us all.
And Malvis here says Willie Nelson is just preserved in whiskey. And he goes on to say Willie Nelson is country music's Darth Crate, as he puts himself in stasis with frozen whiskey and weed smoke.
Maybe, Malvis. Maybe.
Oh, man.
He's got to live somehow.
But, like, to me, country music is just basically... I want to, like, basically, like, I like to be... I'm proud to be American. I'm thankful that I live in this country and all that, not in, like, UK where I can get arrested by Twitter and shit. But basically, country music, I feel like it just... Maybe this is the new bluegrass, nasally stuff, but... I always associate country music with, like, here, let me just finish. Here's what I feel like every country music is. Chicken, barbecue, whiskey, and my baby. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's all, it's just like, it feels like that.
That's because all new country is that. It's we're out of ideas, let's go ahead and rush to the clearest stereotype as possible and make it as poppy and bubblegum as possible.
Life is a highway, and I want to ride
Not
it.
country.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Is
Oh,
That's
no,
pop.
no.
it? Oh.
I can say just look up Marty Robbins.
In the land of the ice and snow. Okay.
I'm going
You will die for that.
No. But I probably will consider taking a shot of rum for that.
It's just singing first verse of the immigrant song that is not that scream.
It's not bad, but it's, you know, I will admit that I never was a big fan of Led Zeppelin to begin with, but
I don't like Led Zeppelin for September because all they did was they noodled on the guitar, they half-assed on the drums, and, well, Jimmy Page sounds like a cross between a cat in heat and a 7-year-old man who had his walker broken over his hip.
It's very. So basically, this allowed you to critically accurate every single criticism with
See ya, Corey
Led
Cox.
Zeppelin.
Oh no, I could take it or leave it with Led Zeppelin. I mean, they're a subpar band that got big simply because of stoners in the first generation and people trying to be trendy and hipster in the second generation.
So what about the Rolling Stones? What do you think of
I
that?
have no problem with. You can put on any of their albums, I'm fine.
Okay, what are some bands that you like that you have a problem with?
I only really have a major problem if you half-ass it on your instrumentals, or you half-ass it, or just don't even bother with your vocals.
So,
if your
Wait 1 second, I gotta respond in the chat here. The only reason I don't put it on the on Twitch is because no one ever shows up. So I used to put it on Twitch almost exclusively, but no one ever shows up. So yeah. All right, go on.
Yeah, if your composition or your play style is bad, I'm gonna get on somebody's case.
okay,
They're
just
both
name
bad.
an example. I like examples.
I'm gonna have to actually stretch for examples because I don't listen to modern music at all.
No, what about old music? Like,
There's very
what?
little from the 60s all the way up to the 80s, which is really, really bad.
So really, the only thing like, and you only don't really like this band because of a crappy decision that a radio station had, and that would be
I didn't like them beforehand. I can't stand them because, like I say, for an entire month, 24/7, inescapable, that's all I could hear. I'm stuck there in a motorcycle garage working, helping out friends rebuild bikes, and that's all I've got blaring in my ears on the way there, on the way back, and at the shop.
Just so basically, nearly everyone with Justin Bieber's date accepted Led Zeppelin. Kinda. Maybe
Justin
I'm
Bieber's
just
right up there with Milli Vanilli. Talentless, lip syncing, pushed by a corporate media who has long since stopped caring. There's just nothing to it. It's to say it's disposable would class it amongst fast food rappers, and I've got at least some modicum of respect for a fast food rapper. Somebody put work and effort into that.
Someone put work and effort in designing basically how the rapper looks and then the person wrapping the thing in the around the burger or chicken sandwich or whatever.
Yeah, there's actual manufacturing to that. The problem is with Justin Bieber, there's nothing there. I can't get angry at it because once you peel back all the advertising blitz, the makeup, and the horse hockey, there's nothing. It's the easiest thing to tune out because there's nothing substantial there.
Now, of course, I never even cared until, I actually heard one of Justin Bieber's songs, Baby. It was quite hilarious, actually. But of all those kind of songs, you know what I think is the worst, though?
What?
I flipped my hair back and forth.
Oh!
Again, it's just one of those things that you get down to it, there's nothing there.
It's just the idea of it, though. It's the sheer presumption that someone would even care about Will Smith's daughter. You listen to the lyrics, because I like to do that. What did they say? It's like, why did she think anyone cares enough to even hate her stuff? Her stuff is literally less than air. No one cares.
It's string, as in string theory string.
Not even that.
It's a quark, something that it theoretically exists, but probably doesn't.
Yeah. Well, can't say probably. The lepton we can say probably. The quark we cannot.
Alright.
And most people don't have a clue what that means, but I know what it means because I am very smart. Although I'll admit the only reason I know what you're talking about from that is from reading sci-fi books.
Oh, that's where
we're all nerds here. So,
yeah, much.
Yeah, but it's not like I learned it from legitimate science textbooks. It's like, yes, I read that in Levi Strauss's book on high spatial physics. No, I read that in Into the Looking Glass.
Which is fine. It's actually a very well written book.
Yeah, I got that from a Walmart.
Hey, important storm.
I know, it's just kind of funny though. It's like, although I've not liked John Ringo's later works because he's definitely become. He both hates old people now, and is kind of.
I hate old people.
Well, because like there's in 2 of his books, he's like, and then the aliens came up with the virus that killed only old people. It was a little better written than that, but basically that's what happened.
Okay, when you say old people, like, does it mean like like of a certain generation, or just old people in general?
70 and up. That's what it was. And then in his zombie books, Black Tide Rising, good stuff, except, and then on the boats where the people were surviving, the 17-year-old kid got with the 12-year-old kid, and they had a child. That was not necessary. It adds nothing to the book. The characters never show up again. And I'm thinking, like, Johnny, why are you doing this to me? You know, why are you making me read about this nasty crap? Because I know that's got to be some of his fat fuel there. And it's like, it's a book about zombies. Get back to the shooty with the Sega 12s.
Yeah, it's going to be like if, like, I don't know, there's like, oh, there's this virus that only kills the Lagoos, and only the Bjork live because Bjork power, and we are the true ones to inherit Tellius.
Yeah.
Only Rang from like 10 years ago would get what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're talking about. Some weeb shit.
Yeah, pretty much. It's
Weebelos. Which I bet don't even exist anymore.
Nope, they're just gender non-specific scouts. Which
Okay.
brings up a good question. Why are the Girl Scouts still a thing?
Yeah.
Cookies.
Yeah. Oh, if you try to just find the Girl Scout dude, I'll ditch you.
Sorry. Sneeze.
I mean, I get it. I dig Girl Scout cookies.
Ugh, Samoas are great.
But if you're going to tear apart the Boy Scouts, then why are the Girl Scouts still a thing?
Exactly. I shouldn't say that anymore.
Although you know what I would say? It's like, well, why don't we just...
By the pussy.
Oh God, no!
No.
Oh God, no! Please, God, no! No!
What? I thought. You know what? I'm just gonna assume that you mean the flesh pound, but it's probably not.
It's an enemy in Killing Pool.
The thing with the 2 giant drill arms that's trying to basically hug him to death.
Why do all the things I love want to hurt me?
Grab him by the pussy. That's a saying that's...
See, that's something that, well, you know, that's just the kind of guy he is, but, well, he's a rich New Yorker. Is this really that surprising?
You know,
consensual, it's not a problem, but guess what? It's consensual, so it's not a problem.
Didn't he have sex with a porn star?
Yes, he did. Stormy Daniels.
Not even a good one, either.
Who really...
Yeah.
Who cares, really? That's my question.
I would
It's
tell
not
him
against the
to
law.
out the
It's
porn
not
star.
against anything. It wasn't immoral. I mean, it's completely consensual.
I'll take that porn star.
Well, what? You'd want a good one, though. Just
Oh,
saying.
name a good one. Oh, Mia Khalifa, yeah, no.
Yeah, she's not too bad. I don't see a problem.
She actually did. She fucked one of her fans. But he,
Well, okay, don't assume that's an actual fan. That's probably an actor acting like a fan.
Yeah.
they were so bad at it that I was just like, geez, dude, you just go jack off in a corner.
If you want to go ahead and hear that, just look up the Ballad of Chasey Lane and have at it, have fun, just laugh at it.
So
I'm already laughing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
It's a
take
song. It's actually a pretty funny one. No, it's not PG at all.
see, what's kind of funny talking about like the fans, the supposed fans that are likely just actors, is this is before even my time. Although I think I probably was like overlapped a little. There used to be this thing, because I remember this was a joke, and I looked it up, because of course I did. This will make some people feel old. There was a magazine called Penthouse, and they would have these little letters that people would write in.
Oh God, dear Penthouse.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
man.
it would talk about all kinds of like sexual like conquests and stuff like that. None of which was actually true, but that was what they used to do back in the day, you know.
Well, they actually had a side magazine, which was nothing but dear Penthouse letters, called Variations.
Really?
And they both still exist.
So,
Oh, they do? Who reads that? Do I even want to know?
It's great for a laugh, but that's about it.
Some people who want to jack off to a stupid magazine.
Here's the thing. If you read it and try to take it serious, you need help. If you read it for a laugh, oh, it's hilarious.
Well,
It's-
apparently...
I feel like that this is like the equivalent of basically writing a fan fiction about you getting together with your waifu or husbando.
Yeah, except there's no anime weebishness whatsoever. It's just
Pretty much. Just regular fan fictions about like
just
crush or
life in
whatever.
general. It's not even always about porn stars. Sometimes it's just,
Oh yeah, I recognize
I
that.
banged a boomer or
It's always about porn stars.
It may be, or it may not be.
Why does it always get quiet after I say stuff?
Because people are trying to react to what you just said. They're literally so off-put that they are literally huffing paint.
Right now I'm not huffing paint. I've just got rum.
Well, see, there you go.
Wait,
I need something stronger.
Wait. The huffing paint post.
Yeah, huffing paint post is what I jokingly call huffing post.
I don't know why I didn't think about that till just now. I'm being attacked by the flesh pound. He's trying to grab me in my... he's trying to grab me in my special area.
Compost.
Being attacked.
I killed him.
Alright, good.
It was just an alleged grabbing, so...
Alleged, yeah.
But I killed him all the same.
So when do you and the Flesh Pound have your day in court?
I don't know.
Kind of hard to take a dead man to court.
Yeah. It just reminded me of like a joke that one of the guys from Random Assault made. Like, Mitch, one of the hosts, was talking about how he hit a deer, and there's this guy named Matt, Matt Flapslap. And basically, he casually asked Mitch, "So when do you and the deer have your date in court?" Because he had a car accident.
Yeah, does he have deer insurance? Deer insurance?
Actually, if you joke, my nephew hit a deer recently, and surprisingly, the little Hyundai held up. And the bumper was torn clean off, but I can't tell you how many Louisiana and Texas. I cannot tell you how many deer hit, impacts with cars have completely totaled the car.
Oh, where can I find this?
Oh god, do we even want to know?
I won't say it in chat.
Okay, good.
No.
I'll type it as not in this chat, but in the Discord.
I know what chat you're talking about.
The private chat. All you gotta do is donate, $50.
No, yeah, donate your soul first.
Your soul is mine.
Souls don't go for that much anymore. Not for the $50. You'll keep your soul. You'll keep your eternal, golden sparkly bits, and you're only out $50.
I guess so.
Yeah, but who wants that? Excited for
well,
the Joker movie. I don't know. I don't really care about.
There's a Joker movie.
Yeah, starring Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash, he's dead. I guess that's the joke.
No. Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, he played Johnny Cash.
Honestly, I just don't see it being that big of a success. I'm really more worried that the DCEU is just gonna crash and burn.
I thought it already did with Justice League being as shitty as it was. I don't think
they've still got enough to where they can actually make some of a profit. They can at the very least use it as a tax write-off. This time, I don't think they're going to have that luck. I just think it's going to go down badly.
DC just doesn't know what they're doing. I don't know why. I mean, it should be obvious. You make a Batman movie. Make it kind of like Iron Man, where Batman actually can have fun. And then you make a Superman movie. You know, make it fun. But they wanted to be like the serious counterpart, which is really stupid.
Like,
You know,
it only were like I feel like that the only successful one was the Dark Knight. That was about it.
yeah, it doesn't count though. That's a different series entirely.
Well,
Oh, yeah, that's
get
not
my
DC
point.
What about Wonder Woman?
That was that's
Gal Gadot did surprisingly well, but the movie did not make that much money.
I loved it.
I'm not saying it's bad. I mean, Gal Gadot, for how slender she is, she's definitely not an Amazon. She did about as best she could.
But my god, yeah, she could be.
But see, that's the thing. It actually kind of stuck true to what the character was supposed to be. It didn't make her a fucking psycho trying to stab Superman in the chest. That still pissed me off. So,
Yeah, I don't think the Eye of Sorma.
it's just, I don't know what it...
General will find out what he means once he's out of the game.
Oh god, no. Please, God, no! I still need to actually see Wonder Woman, because I have not seen it yet. I don't know. Evidently, if they did need a better actress for Wonder Woman, Gal
Gadot.
Yeah, that's the one.
Galateo.
As far as I know, the only thing she was really in prior to Wonder Woman was the Fast and the Furious. So
She's not a bad actress. The only complaint I have about it is she's a little trim to be
Reaper?
Wonder Woman.
They have a Reaper one too.
We don't even want to know. But yeah, that's the thing. They always make the women in these movies like really willowy. I like a woman with a little bit of, you know, something on there to show she actually gets to eat once every 2 days.
Well, here's the thing. The Wonder Woman as a character in almost all the comics makes Vasquez from Aliens look a bit trim.
Huh.
Well, because she's supposed to be an Amazon.
Exactly.
And Amazons are supposed to be kind of buff, you know, because they're Amazonian.
Yep.
Because that means they work out. They lift, bro.
Yeah, they live.
Do they ever?
They live. Yeah.
Picard coming back. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. I don't trust CBS anymore.
After what they did
didn't
with
they
Stage
cancel?
9.
So.
Oh, what did they do with Stage 9? I know you said something about it, but I didn't.
Stage 9 was basically the fans recreating all the bridges of the classic Enterprise. CBS basically just said, no, you're not allowed to do this anymore, and if you continue, we will sue you. So basically,
Really?
the last bit of goodwill towards Trek they had, they killed. Trek is dead, as much as I hate to say that. I've been a Trek fan for over 30 years of my life.
You know, for a split second, I thought you said Shrek, or at least I wished you said Shrek.
No one likes Shrek.
They're making another Shrek movie.
Yeah, because they can make money off of it. No one's saying likes it.
With memes.
Shrek. You know, I actually I would like to have seen the one where he was voiced by, I can't remember what the actor's name is at the moment.
Chris Farley.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'll be right back.
Because I like that one. Or at least the little bit that we got to hear. Because he did a pretty good job. I think he made the character a little more alive.
Well, he's just a wee little donkey.
And yet, that's a Scottish accent coming off of a Canadian. Canada! And yeah, his version was less obnoxious, that's for sure. I just always liked Chris Farley. Too bad he died from cheeseburger syndrome.
Really?
Yeah, he was a very overweight actor.
Yeah. Chris Farley. He was a big boy. Chris Farley.
Chris Badass.
Yeah.
Don't go making fun of him too much because
I know.
The dude had
he's,
issues.
he's beloved. He's beloved. He has
Was he?
issues. Yeah, I understand.
And at least he got a better ending than Jim Belushi, who died due to a drug overdose.
Crap.
And I'm trying to assist as I speak. I was attacked by everything. Sadly, a lot of those portly actors usually end up dead fairly young. I sincerely hope that Fluffy does not go that route. But I don't think he's on a bunch of drugs or anything, so I think he should make it.
Yeah, the only actor of that weight class I know of, I know I'm not making a joke there, who actually survived that long was Jim Candy, and even he died young.
Mm.
John Candy.
Candy, yeah, sorry. Can't think, can't do. I can't brain today, I got so dumb.
There was another good comedian, John Panette.
Who?
His name was John Panette. He was a little overweight, but he was a good comedian.
And
he was actually in Seinfeld.
I'll look him up.
For like one episode.
And I'm sorry that your Pizza Man, that your only experience was the J.J. Abrams movies. Ugh. Just watch TNG and DS9.
Yeah.
TNG, I love TNG.
It is good. And I've not heard of Curse of Attic.
Curse of Attic?
So.
DS9 is my favorite Nintendo console.
Also, bit of a warning. TNG is great, but the first season is a slog.
Yes.
I never watched Star Trek, but as
And
far as I know, just don't watch the series that has the same acronym as sexually transmitted disease, and you should be fine.
Oh god.
That's all I got for Star Trek.
The only good thing I can say about Star Trek STD is the fact that I had good Chinese food and a whole lot of beer.
And yes, they are on Netflix. All the Treks are, but not STD. STD is on some sort of proprietary platform that nobody cares about. But overseas, you can watch it on watch STD on Netflix. So. Alright, well I'm going to end the stream now because I'm tired. Oh, been going for 4.5 hours. So I hope everyone enjoyed the stream this week. Got to see Halo SPV3, got to get shot up in Kabadoobie. And so I am General Lotz. And everybody, you guys get your own outros because I'm a nice fellow today.
Alright.
I don't have an outro for my actual videos yet, but
alright, I guess I'll just say good luck and Godspeed.
Hey, that's a ripoff. He's gonna come after us now.
Yeah.
So
it existed long before he did, so I'll fight that legal battle.
Alright, well I'm General Lotz, and I'm gonna wish you good TNG, DS9, whatever. Makes you happy.